Hello, everybody. It is Sunday, and we are here. It is so late for me, all things considering. It's been rough. I had such a hard time getting up. I could just stay asleep. It was kinda crazy. Like, I just could not wake up. Just could not. So it's very weird. I'm not sure if it's like I'm not gonna try to look into like any deeper meaning behind it. I think it's a lot of like emotional hormonal stuff. So for the most part, I think I'm fine. But I couldn't tell you why. But could also be just some sort of depression or something. I'm not quite sure. It wasn't the best deep sleep. It almost felt like sleep I couldn't get out of. 'Cause I didn't wake up feeling rested or anything like that. What was I gonna do? Gotta get my dailies done. But what materials do I need so I'm not wasting time on that? Oh, we got some stuff for an expo. But I just know that I woke up and I was just like, do I even want to do anything, or do I just want to stay in bed depressed? And then I was like, no, because that sounds like a surefire way to make sure that gets even worse. So I ended up not and just getting up, but as I saw it getting later and later, it was like, man, don't think about that. Okay, we gotta beat up Sunday. We gotta beat up Facial. Sunday and Facial. I think I already did 2 of my weeklies, though. You're not done yet, either? Facial. You're done. Yourself. You're done. You're done. I still haven't gotten your main trace. What the fuck? I gotta beat a lot of things up. I don't think I have any more Echo of Wars. I think I might have burned through them. Yes. Facial's got 2 of them that I need to finish. Not Facial. Sunday. Glance of Twilight. Interesting. Salutations to Ashen Dreams. We can probably just do that one. Let's do the fat one. You don't think the day could be good for you? Yeah, I was even like, I could prepare like a pork roast and stuff, like in between or something, and my brain was like, you don't want to do that. And I'm just like, yeah, I don't. Like, I bought a bunch of like lazy day dinners, and today definitely seems like one. I still have some leftover rice that's warming up. But I just woke up and I was just like, I want to still stream and do stuff, but I don't want to be around anybody. I don't want to be around anybody. Yesterday was very overwhelming for me. And it's made me think about a lot of things and how I want to take things going forward. But I'm not quite sure yet, so that could also be the depression, so don't take my word on that right now.
This divine power, I reforge all things.
Let's see.
Disorderly noise. Enjoy eternal peace, dying soul. Accept your punishment. Noisy. Burn it up.
Like,
Guide with the Rainbow Bridge.
let's see.
May this thick dispel the gloom, destroy the skies. So leave it with
Thank you. And I'll give you what you need.
underestimating us will cost you.
It's funny because yesterday I saw a VTuber group holding auditions. And I looked through it, and there was already some things that gave me red flags. And it could be because this week has been weird. But I almost don't even trust VTuber groups that are like, we're just an indie group. We just Yeah, I'll let Sunday talk.
The inevitable day has arrived. The embryo of philosophy will reshape for us all of reality.
I swear on truth, I'm
Like-
just a frail scholar.
Just seeing where the game is. Sound-wise. I always feel like it's always so fucking loud. Bitch! There we go. Yeah, I saw, maybe it's because of like everything going on, but I thought it was so freaking weird that this VTuber group, for one, and this is a smaller one, but because I understand, since they're like a relatively new Twitter account too, so they're gauging interest. But they were like, you need to follow us so that we know you're serious about applying. To which it's like, you already have an application. You already have an application. If someone's filling it out and you see that they like are like, that's what your application's for. That's what your application's for. Like, I know there are people that do like troll applications, but you can tell right away if a troll application is a troll application. Checking whether or not they're following you is a weird way to gauge someone's interest in your VTuber group when they're already applying. Another thing, that struck me as weird was that, again, they're claiming to be an indie group, not an agency or anything, and no intentions of becoming an agency. And they're talking about how they require you to stream at least once a week, and that if you're going to be having any, in the case of any quote-unquote absences, long-term absences, you need to let their administration know. And I'm just like, who the fuck is running this? Who's running this? What do you mean contact the administrator for, like, who's taking it seriously or not? Like, it again, already weird to me that they require a follow, and then another thing to require essentially like schedules and shit from people. It just struck me as very weird. What else did I look into? It was late at night. Because I saw that, like, someone we kind of know, or someone that I know someone knows, posted a picture where it was like, I applied for, I don't care. I don't plan on applying for that shit. VFantasy. And it's just like, okay, that's, wow. You took the time to apply, put the effort into covering our surveys and presenting yourself, but you didn't click like and subscribe, so we've decided you don't care. Yeah, again, that just feels so weird to me. That just feels so weird to me. You already claimed the maximum. Cannot claim anymore. No, I don't want to do it anymore, Dan. Like, I'm gonna freaking look for them. They overnight they've gone from 90 followers to 147. Let's see. So their whole thing is they're an 18+ fantasy TTRPG inspired indie VTuber group. So this tells me, at least, that they are potentially considering doing tabletop RPG things. And that's fine. That sounds all right. When I saw their audition sheet, because it was like, okay, actually, no, wait, hold on. Let's check their, I'm not showing it on stream because I don't want, like, anybody to freaking hound anybody. I probably should to cover my bases, though. One sec. There we go. So, the group here. What the hell is this? Okay, I was like, what the fuck is that? Okay, before I'm accidentally showing shit. So, their Google form here, their talent expectations. So 18+ talent and communities, no exceptions. This is an adult-oriented team and community. All applicants must be legal adults, comfortable working in an 18+ space. We require talents to have communities that are strictly 18+. We will not allow our communities to invite minors into the shared space, and breaking this rule will result in all applicable parties being banned from VFantasy. Hi, Sam Blitz. So it's like, okay. Understandable when it comes to wanting 18+ talents. That's a very, very common thing, if not almost the standard. Communities that are strictly 18+. This does most VTubers nowadays, whether they do NSFW or not, are already usually 18+, because the VTuber community has is always a little sussy. And it's that thing of, that's fine. When it comes to the communities have to be 18+, this is a bit of a mixed bag. Because normally, normally I feel like a lot of VTubers do this too, where they normally wanted 18 plus community, but if most of your content, this is gonna be a thing of unfortunately you can't stop people. Unfortunately, they're gonna lie about their age. And there are things where like most people usually have roles that they give to like adults so that they only access the adult only section of Discords. I don't really know this much myself because I at the moment don't have my own Discord. If I ever do decide to make my own Discord server for whatever reason, it's probably going to be 18 plus just off the bat. Because I don't want to deal with minors. I just don't want to deal with it. So I think they're mostly just asking for you have to be 18 plus to be in the server. Low key, I'm gonna be real with y'all. Low key, I kind of want the Summoners Network to do this because we already have, first off, because we have a lot of adults. We do have an accessible NSFW page. We have an NSFW section of the server. And I feel that just based on the fact that we have those, we should have the rule be you must be 18 or older to be on this site, to be on this Discord. We should be enacting that. I feel like any server that's going to host anything not safe for work, whether it be art or audio or anything that can fall into that general plane, if your content hits some of those topics, should be 18 plus. The Discord should be too. Because again, I announce my own streams on the Summoners Network, and I personally wouldn't like the idea of someone who's like 14 that is on the server coming to my stream. I wouldn't be comfortable with the fact that a 14-year-old is on the Summoners Network server, period. Even though most of Deco's content doesn't really cover that stuff, if at all. Again, we do get a little bit just based on Zelda alone, just based on Zeldarp alone and NetNavi alone, we should not have kids on our fucking Discord. So I totally understand this. I guess now that I'm like really the gears are really turning, it's another duh. It's another duh. So that might actually be something I legitimately talk to Deco about. That might be something I legitimately talk to Deco about, that we should actually consider making the server in general 18 plus. At least making that a rule that they have to be 18 plus. Because I just feel like it's the best way to make sure our bases are as covered as possible. We can't have a general audience Discord and have not say, I know we have the degenerate role, but I think that's just mostly for people who want to see that sort of stuff. we should take that extra measure to make sure that nobody to kind of leave that space open. Someone says, I'm 16, bye, come back in 2 years, shit like that. Branding. We ask that you have a clear design and branding that is unique to your identity. Makes sense. We do not tolerate the use of AI in any form of your branding. Understandable, absolutely. We accept talents with PNG, Live 2D, 3D models, placeholder or customizables are also accepted. Understandable. We also ask that our talents have some sort of fantasy element to their VTuber branding to match the branding of our group, rather it be in their lore, their species, etc. Understandable. If your brand is fantasy, then yeah, you want fantasy elements. The only problem with this is it's too broad. It's way too broad. Anything can be fantasy nowadays. A cat girl is fantasy. like a cat, just a cute little Nyanya cat girl and an eldritch abomination from the deepest recesses of space are both fantasy. But what do you want in this talent? Are you looking for, are you thinking about your classical D&D medieval fantasy? Are you looking at sci-fi fantasy? Are you thinking about like modern fantasy? Like what do you mean by fantasy? It's too broad. It's just a little too broad. Maybe that's the intent, but I feel like this is a very easy thing to just be like, but I'm this. Why are you saying this isn't fantasy? Like, that's, yeah. Probably after a small sabbatical, after getting spoiled on what happens to Horsefant, I've gotten back into 14 and started Heaven's Words back on topic. Yeah, so that's fine. Boundaries, respect boundaries. Understandable. Respect boundaries, positivity, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, okay, cool. Drama-free collaboration is non-negotiable. What does this mean? Drama-free collaboration is non-negotiable. What does this mean? Does this mean no conflict among yourself and the other people in the group or people managing it? They don't want to see you engaging in topics that could be considered VTuber drama. What does this mean? What does this mean? I don't know. Additional notes is a community-first group where we uplift each other and grow together, not to compete or compare ourselves to one another. Your real life identity is not required or expected. This pretty much means that they're probably going to be focused on collabs and doing things as a group and things that you bring to the group other than promoting anyone individually more than one another. That's what I'm thinking this says. Not sure. This is, again, where we uplift each other and grow together, not to compete or compare others to one another. This is very fluffy. This is very fluffy. I don't get it. Very fluffy. All personal information is kept confidential, and you can choose how much or how little you share with your fellow talents in your community. I fucking hope so. Why do you need my personal information in the first place? This is just a little indie group. Why do you need my information? I want to go into detail about that. Why all personal information? Like, okay, you can choose how much or how little. What if I don't want to give you any of my personal information? What if the only thing I want to tell you is that I'm based in Canada and nothing else? Is that going to be a deal breaker? What do you mean? Like, I don't know. That one's also a little weird. We do background checks on public behavior. If you've been banned, blacklisted, or exposed for abuse, we reserve the right to deny applications or remove talent at our discretion. Understandable. That's generally understandable. I hope that in doing that background check, if you find certain things about people, recruits, or talent that raises a couple red flags, that you also approach that talent about it and get their side of the information. I hope you guys don't just blindly follow things that people are posting and not get to the bottom of it. If you're going to go through the effort of running background checks. I hope you also look into making sure that facts and things are correct. Because unfortunately with Twitter, a lot of people spread misinformation. A lot of people say shit for the sake of saying shit and start shit. Don't know. IP belongs to you. I fucking hope it does. I sure hope it does. We'll never take your brand or identity or ask to give that up to the group. You'll never have to worry about anyone in this group taking your identity or any purchase made IP from you. Because of the exponentially grown disdain towards corporations, especially as a result of the VShojo issue, I totally understand why they feel the need to say this. But this is a no-brainer. If you're just joining a group that is indie, again, an indie group, you don't have, unless you're trying to be an agency, this doesn't matter. Your IP belongs to you. I sure hope it does. We're just creating a group. This isn't an agency. And they're going to say later on that they're not an agency. So why does this need to be put into question? What is this about? I don't understand. And again, literally, since we're not an agency, we will never ask you to sign a contract or force you to stay with us. If at any point you no longer wish to be talent with VFantasy, we ask that you communicate your concerns with us so we can discuss the best course of action. Okay. This is just, we're def not trying to be an agency, bro, trust. Like, okay, we get it. You're not an agency. You've said that. You said you're just a group. You're just people that want to come together under a general theme, under a general base of inspiration and do stuff together and grow together. Understandable. Why are you talking like an agency? Like, yeah, when you just join like a little rinky-dink group, like that, yeah, that means that you're not signing up. Like there's not really supposed to be contracts. There's not really supposed to be stuff like that. The only time that sort of stuff becomes discussion is if you're aiming to become an agency, or I'm misinterpreting things, but it's a little weird. Let's just say we want to keep going. So when it comes to the application itself, fill out all the information. Here's the thing. Already going back, you already have a thing here where they're like, do you agree to abide by blah, 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 blah? There you go. Now, here's all the stuff you need to fill out. Here's where we get to know you better. What's your preferred name? Easy. What's your age range? Okay. Where do you reside? So there's a piece of personal information that they're asking for off the bat. What's your Discord? Because they prefer all communication between the admin team and potential talents will be done via Discord after the initial contact emails are sent out. So we need to have this information to be able to contact you. Fine. Do you speak English? Of course, you know, they want to know what they're working with in terms of like who applies. I feel like they should have put somewhere in their requirements that you need to speak English. So that they can kind of avoid this, because unless they're outright going to take people, because here's the thing. If I hit beginner, are they going to throw out my application? Does this make me less qualified if I can barely speak English? What's going on here? Why do you need my level of fluency? Is it is it going to be a mostly English VTuber group? You can just say that if you want to be an English VTuber group. You can ask like, what languages are you proficient in? What languages are you native in? I feel like I don't know about this. But maybe it's just to, I don't know. Maybe it's to give most people a try, but I feel like I feel like beginner here, basic understanding with limited vocabulary, like I don't know. Maybe I don't know. This one's a little weird to me. Because are you going for a worldwide thing? Or are you going to be mostly English speaking? Because if you're going to be mostly English speaking, then you only need to be like, are you like describe your level of, I don't know. Do you fluently speak English? Also, honestly, I think this question could have easily just been a yes or no. Because conversational and beginner is not fluent. So it could just been native, proficient, fluent, no. No, and then have it be an other. That being said, anyone who is probably in beginner or conversational is probably not going to fill this out. But let's just put in native. Social media links. Understandable. They've already said that they're going to be running a background check on you, so they're going to be stalking all your shit. So, understandable. What are your hopes and expectations with joining VFantasy? Now, mind you, they are not a VTuber agency. They are just an indie group. An indie group. What are your hopes and expectations with joining VFantasy? Help with growth and exposure, access to artist riggers or production support, guidance and mentorship, collaboration opportunities, marketing and branding support, technical support, convention appearances, merch services, management services. Those last three things, and you can argue for a couple of them, that's what an agency usually offers. Most of these you can get on your own. But maybe you need help. Maybe you need help, and that's where you feel like a group that's a bit more educated on that can help you. And then what would joining VFantasy mean for you? God, I'm just gonna, I hate that these are all required. Discord username. Whoop. Just because I want to see the rest of the application. But social media links. God damn it. Okay, well let me go on my that's Blue Sky. Let's grab ye old twatter link. Let's go here. Let's say growth and exposure, guidance and mentorship, marketing and branding support. We're just gonna put yes, just to fill it. Content creation. Here's where we focus on you as a content creator, where there will be a selection for you to post an audition video if you have prepared one for VFantasy, but it's not required. Please note we ask that you fill out the section with well-thought, in-depth answers. Please answer each question with at least one full, well-thought-out paragraph. An increase in response will dictate your viability to us, so please write as much as you can. Okay. How long have you been a content creator? What kind of content do you create? How often do you produce content? What is your preferred streaming platform? I feel like this, with how many VTubers see Kick, I feel like this is a very good way to weed out a lot of people. Because a lot of VTubers don't like the idea of streaming onto Kick, because Kick, a lot of people don't like Kick. This is a good way to weed out people. But I don't know. How many times do you normally stream? Feel free to add a link to an audition video if you prepared one for VFantasy. Now, my only problem is I think it's only when it's like ready to submit that they do submit, but I don't know. I don't know if there's anything more after this. This seems like general, like, yeah, what do you do? How often do you do it? That's normal. The fact that they don't ask for an audition video is interesting. Like, I get that they're going to be looking through all these applications. But I feel like an audition video, funnily enough, is a great way to know if people are genuinely interested in applying. Because it means that they have initiative. It means, if it's a good video, that they have experience. It shows that they have confidence. And that they can sell themselves. So, not asking for an audition video is weird to me. Because again, that's one of the easiest things that narrow down if your applicants are serious. So again, I don't understand why. They don't want an audition video. With well thought out, in-depth answers. What times and days do I stream? Like Friday to Sunday, like Saturday nights, Friday to Sunday afternoons, like Sunday, Monday afternoons. You can't get more in depth than that, hun. There is no in depth here. It's a choice. How often do you produce content? How many hours do you stream? How often do you stream? Do you post any other content? Okay, well, I often stream. If most of my streams are usually 5 hours, 4 to 5 hours minimum, sometimes going 6 to 8, I want to say I stream between 15 to 25 hours a week. I upload my VODs onto YouTube. I occasionally post shorts to YouTube, Twitter, and TikTok at a bit of a semi-regular thing, sometimes daily, sometimes weekly. Sporadically. I sporadically post shorts onto shorts and TikToks. Can't really go in depth in that without just fluff. This is another multiple choice question. How long have you been a content creator? Half of my life. 16 years. Maybe even more. With at least one full, well thought out paragraph. I get to the point. I get to the point. Okay. I'm not going to fill it out any further because I don't know. I don't know if next submits. I can't remember how Google Forms work. Do they usually put submit when you're done with the form? There's a next. I'm just gonna fucking This is a required question. What do you mean? I filled it. Other. Okay, there we go. Oh my god, there's another next. Okay. Yes, there's a submit when done, and usually you can record. Okay. Okay, personality and vision. Here's where we get to know you a little bit better as a brand. We want to know about your experiences as a VTuber that may have shaped your content creation journey and what you want to do. You know what would make this easier? A video. You know what will make this easier? An audition video. Why are you giving yourselves more work? You already have to go through probably 148 applications. Why are you making your life harder? An audition video. An audition video that is between 2 to 3 minutes, and you can get that. What? Okay, let's look at them. What is your greatest motivator for streaming, VTubing, and why? How would you describe your personality? What type of character do you envision yourself as a VTuber? For yourself as a VTuber. Where do you see yourself this time next year with your streaming career? What is the most interesting project you have worked on as a streamer? Has there ever been a time you found yourself in a disagreement, dramatic situation, quote unquote, scandal in the streaming space or with another VTuber? Please describe the situation and how you dealt with it. Please don't stress about this section. This is mainly to get a feel of how you handle yourself publicly during conflict. Please see attached video. You know what you could do is that you can put this all in the requirements of an audition video. Be like, audition video. Ask what brought you to VTubing. Describe what you bring to the table as a streamer. Describe where you see yourself going. What makes you stand out? Why do you think agencies ask for these things in a video? So they don't have to do this. Also, this thing of like, have you ever found yourself in a disagreement, dramatic situation, scandal with another person? This is mainly for you to feel how you handle yourself publicly. No, it's not. This is to weed people out. I think that one's... I normally don't try to assume malintent. This feels like this is to weed people out. And that's okay. That's fine. But just say it. But just say it. Okay. Find your guild. With VFantasy being a fantasy-themed VTuber group, we have guilds instead of gens or founding members. We've created our own sorting quiz to find out which guild you'd be sorted into once accepted. you'll be sorted into once accepted into. You can just say which guild you'll be sorted into. That's it. Once accepted. Just take out the last into. It's yeah. Trust, take it from a bitch who's really repetitive. That's repetitive. VFantasy, please complete the sorting quiz here to find out which guild you'll be joining. Once you've completed the sorting quiz, please screenshot your results and upload it here. Do the work for them. Do the work for them. You're faced with a door that shouldn't be there. What do? Open it. If it's here, it wants to be found. Mark it, prepare, return when the signs are right. Wait, if something comes through, I'll be ready for it. Knock first, then listen closely. Your greatest curiosity lies in what unfolds stories lies beneath the surface. Here's your Hogwarts house. Please attach it to your Hogwarts acceptance letter. What untold stories lie beneath the surface? The marks left by time and spell work. The nature of what we call truth. Why I keep chasing things that shouldn't exist. I'll go untold stories beneath the surface. What do you believe is the most dangerous? What's above or what's below? Neither. Danger lies between where things shift and deceive. In a party, you're most often the one who takes the lead when no one else will, even if you don't have the whole plan, listens first and helps everyone find common ground where things go off track, keeps quiet until something doesn't sit right, then says what others won't, works behind the scenes, pulling strings to keep things moving without needing credit. I'll say listens first. What kind of magic calls you to you the most? Tide storms and deep things, old tongues, subtle strange powers of things half remembered. Magic? No, it's intuition. It's what keeps me alive. Yeah, okay, sure. A stranger offers you a map to a place that doesn't exist. This feels like an awful lot. For a VTuber group, not even an agency, mind you, just a group. So now they also want you to take a personality quiz. A stranger offers you a map to a place that doesn't exist. What do? Ask who else has gone and whether they returned. Take the map. Unknown lands. Always call to those that are worthy. Study it for signs, patterns, or coded meaning. Burn it. If it's real, it'll come find me instead. Study it. In times of uncertainty, you find strength in the tide, the old ways, the hidden word, my own instincts. What others don't see, I understand. Rituals, symbols, and signs, ever-changing, but just go the old ways. You find a sealed letter in a forgotten place. It's addressed to you, but dated centuries ago. What do? Break the seal, study the handwriting, take it to a quiet place. Hi, Ada. Light a candle and read it beneath a perspective charm. Keep it hidden and unopened. Some knowledge, blah, 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 blah. Sure, just gonna go with studying. You're working alone when you feel something is watching you. What do? Turn and face it. If something's there, you'd rather see it. Take a protective stance. Keep walking and start noticing the signs. Say nothing, do nothing. If it's watching, it probably already knows more than you do. How, Arya, what you doing? We're looking at a VTuber group that has applications opened that kind of put some red flags for me. It asks for a lot of things, and one of the things it's asking is a personality quiz. You're walking alone, blah, 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 blah. Speak a protective phrase, I guess. Fucking sure. Submit. You are rune-bound. Coven steeped in ritual memory. They only have 4 houses. They only have 4 houses. A coven steeped in ritual memory and meaning. Its members draw powers from symbols, stories, quiet observation. They prefer to root, watch, and act when the moment is right, valuing subtle, layered, and lasting magic. Okay. And then they want you to put a screen cap, and I don't care to, so this is probably as far as we go. I don't know. What happens if we, like, literally... I can't go back. I can't go back, so I can't, like, look at the other things. Again, this is a fantasy TTRPG based group, and they want the people who apply to fall under fantasy in some way, shape, or form. And again, understandable. But fantasy is too broad. But yeah, they want you to do a quiz to quote unquote find your guild. They want to know your personality, which again, an audition video could easily hammer down a lot of these. Because again, you don't even have to ask like, how would you describe your personality? Watch the video. Just watching the video and getting that glimpse of a person can give you an idea of who they are and how they might be like. Not exactly, but there you go. You can be like, oh, she seems like a bubbly person. Oh, they seem like a very mysterious person. Oh, they seem to be like this. Very broad questions that, again, a 3 to 5 minute audition video can solve. Content creation history, obviously understandable that you want this. Again, an audition video can do that. Into what kind of content do you create? How long have you been a content creator? This stuff, there's no really in-depth, fleshed out, at least a paragraph way to answer that question. It's a very simple question. Age range, country, yeah, all that's fine. If they want if they're asking if you fluently speak English, like, just make it 3 choices and no. Or again, if you're gonna ask this, my first impression is, do you plan on hosting other languages? And how important is speaking English to this? If you need to be able to speak with them, if you're mostly gonna be English, you can just be like, do you fluently speak English? Yes or no. Yes or no, or explain. And then follow that with, are you proficient in other languages? But so this one's a little bit weirdly formed. I'm not sure about that. And again, this group, how are they gonna if these are here, it's because at some point they intend to offer these services: convention appearances, merch services, management services. And again, this is a community first, so it's not going to be just to you, I'm assuming. They're going to do this for the group first and foremost. So makes me wonder what that's about. But yeah, not quite sure. They also talked about, man, I was supposed to be playing Honkai Star Realm, now I'm talking about a freaking VTuber group. They have an FAQ as well about, oh, here's one of them, Boundless. For explorers, dreamers, those who thrive in motion, inspired by ever-changing ocean, its members are guided by instinct, emotion, and the thrill of the unknown. They embrace chaos and purpose, trusting their gut. There's a puppy. Boundless. If you apply, make sure you come join us at the guild, our Discord server. Even if you haven't applied, we'd love to come hang out with us. Again, they have a thing to like show that they applied. Akife is actually someone pretty sizable from the looks of things. So they applied for this. No one else has posted their thingy. Not a lot of people have. Where is their heckin' little FAQ? They had a little FAQ. Couple questions. Here we go. Hi, Ryder. Let's see. Please make sure you follow. Here we go. TLDR, please make sure you follow us to show you're really interested. Be a good person. Fill out the form to the best of your abilities. And no, you don't need an audition video, and it won't hurt your chances if you don't. So they put here, you don't need to submit an audition video to be selected. Submitting an audition video also won't hurt or help your audition in any way. It's more of a way for us to get more of a feel for who you are as a person, outside of us lovingly stalking your social media pages. If you don't or can't submit an audition video, we ask that you write as much as you can and provide extensive answers to the questions in the application. We know there's a lot. We're sorry. So we can get a feel for the who you are as a person and a streamer without the audition video. Which I guess is understandable then why they ask so many questions. Because if you can't submit an audition video, you've got all these questions. But again, you can trim out a lot of this fat by just asking for the audition video. If someone is not willing to make a 2 to 3 minute video, it doesn't have to be anything funnily, crazily edited. They can literally hit record on OBS, recording VTube Studio, and talk about themselves. They can write a little blurb of what they'd say about themselves and read it while it's simple. It's simple. You're not asking for anything flashy. You're not asking for freaking for freaking TikTok edit level quality shit. You're asking just for a video talking about yourself. It's actually not hard. You came to a just chatting stream disguised as a fucking HSR stream because I started yapping. But yeah, they got that. When filling out the application, make sure you're filling out the application with current information that's correct. Please make sure the Gmail you're using to fill out the application is accessible, as that will be the email we reach out on you on. Double check all information, make sure you're putting your best foot forward. Remember, we're seeing everything you're putting in the application, so make sure you give us all applicable information that you think showcases you and your personality. Oh, do I not have... Okay, hold on. I might not have mix. I didn't have mix it up on. My bad. Again, we're a broken record. Please make sure you're filling out everything in detail to the best of your abilities and give us full, complete answers to the questions. We know that it can be tedious and it's a long application, but we want to get to know you. And again, understandable. But an audition video would really just narrow it down a lot. Is there anything that will get us auto-denied from the group? We personally feel like we're fairly lenient as administrative staff. We obviously don't want anyone that's discriminatory or hurtful towards any group of peoples. We won't accept anyone that's homophobic, transphobic, ableist, etc. We also ask that you follow the group on any sort of social media. We know that's a silly requirement, but it shows that you're really interested in us and not just interested because you know someone affiliated with us. So they're currently doing staff auditions. Again, the following. So here's the thing. We won't accept anyone that's homophobic, transphobic, ableist, etc. Okay. And not saying that Kick is this. Why are you asking people if they stream on Kick? When Kick is mostly, unfortunately, known for having these types of people. Just a question. No, Kick is exactly this. Exactly. So why do some of your questions, are you asking people if they stream on Kick? Like, I don't know. And again, just because you stream on Kick doesn't mean you fall under that, but there's a lot of people that do, and because of that, it's seen as a that platform. So why are you letting people... I don't know. We also some questions if we're going to deny lewd tubers. We 100% accept lewd tubers. How you choose to make content, so long as it's not harmful to yourself or others, isn't something we're going to dictate. And our lovely flower dragon is a lewd tuber. I don't know who's running this. Here's another thing that I'm a little worried about. I think this is the person who created it. I don't know. Here's another thing. If right now you're holding auditions, can y'all stay on topic? Why are we like retweeting random things? Like, guys, like, I understand you guys retweeting this because it's cute to see people applying for stuff. Like, this is how I found out through Essentia, and look, her model's so cute. But like, right now, when people are asking you questions about your group and about what you're doing and your process, you don't want to flood the feed. Because what this makes me want to do is hit follow, and then it would be here like freaking mute or like don't show retweets. Because it's too much. But yeah, their auditions are open. They're open from July 26th to August 26th. They are called VFantasy Live. They are a fantasy, an 18 plus fantasy TTRPG inspired indie VTuber group. So something tells me they're going to be delving into TTRPG related things. They've got some things going on in there, and some things just feel a little weird for me. Like, not that I want to bring up VShojo, but I've also seen other applications for actual VTuber agencies, startups, and things, and even they don't ask the questions that these ask for. And maybe they're just really wanting to keep their bases covered. Again, we're not trying to assume any maliciousness or anything like that. I just need to also be like, why so in depth, but also why so fatty? Their application, that's the thing. Their application is very fatty. It's very fatty. It's a lot of fat. A lot of trimming. Need to trim the fat. Whoever made this application needed to have someone look it over and be like, do we really need this question? Do we really need that? And again, this is a lot of questions and a lot of inquiry from a group that is not an agency, is not going to pay you. Mithril. Mithril's another group. Final guild is Mithril, the coven that thrives in the shadows. Walking in the fine line between seen and unseen, Mithril calls to the strange and unusual, those that are there and always watching. And again, it's a nice logo. Do they have Mithril? Runebound. First guild is Boundless. Second guild is No, they only have 3. So they only have 3 guilds. Mithril, Boundless, and Runebound. Okay. There was another thing. Oh, here we go. Talent expectations. The application. Okay. Talent applications, FAQ. So, what they do for you. Let's go. As a group, we provide creative support, collaborative opportunities, branding guidance, lore development assistance, group promotions, merch opportunities, monthly health check-ins, and a close-knit, encouraging community while each member is independent. But I don't have to sign a contract. You're saying you provide this. Can you promise me that? While each member is independent, we strive to lift each other up and grow together. At the moment, the staff are limited to a budget reliant on our real-life salaries, so we're unable to financially provide big-scale assets for our talents. Then how? We will never take payment from our members for their streams, digital works, or sponsorships. I sure hope not. For all merch opportunities, we have 3 different scales for profits. If merch is handled through a third party, the profits are split 50-50 between talents and the group. If merch is handled through the group with commercial artwork purchased by group funds, the profits are split 60-40 between the talents and the group. If merch is handled through the group with commercial artwork purchased by the talent, the profits are split 80-20 between the talents and the group. Wait. If merch is handled through a third party, the profits are split 50-50 between talents and the group. Yeah. Okay. If merch is handled through the group with commercial artwork purchased by group funds, the profits are split 60-40 between the talents and the group. If merch is handled through the group with commercial artwork purchased by the talent, the profits are split 80-20 between the talents and the group. I'm gonna need some examples. Because I don't, maybe I'm dumb. But something doesn't smell right. We won't take a larger payout. We won't take the larger payout outlined above, and we will never ask you to outright give us any of your earnings. If you'd like to aid in any group project, you can, but we will never require you to give any of your profits. You worked hard for that. You deserve to keep it. Okay. With the bigger split going to the talents, I guess. Okay. The application process. Again, fill out the Google Doc application. Before taking the time to complete this, we ask that you read through our guidelines. We have to ensure a sense of professionalism between the talents. While we are not a corporate agency, again, they say it, we intend to maintain boundaries, consistency, and brand awareness. I'm just gonna change myself to just chatting really quick. 1 second. 1 second. I know we are technically playing Honkai Star Rail, but I'm gonna be just chatting real quick. And then we're gonna go to just chat. Then we'll actually go into Star Rail because I'm yapping now. Bit. Okay. Bam. Okay. So phase 1, fill out the application. We intend to maintain boundaries, consistency, and brand awareness. We require a small level of professionalism from our talents, regardless of if they view streaming as a hobby or if they're wanting to make a career out of content creation. The talent management will review your application and email you accordingly via our group's email, regardless of if you're chosen to move forward to phase 2 or not. So they will send rejection emails. So they'll be like, sorry, you didn't get in, or yes, you did get in. We won't leave anyone in the dark regarding our decision. That's understandable. A lot of people like that. Most bigger things will tell you that sending out rejection emails is a waste of time. And I am somewhat inclined to agree. But because this seems like this is going to be handled over Google, it is very easily to create 2 tags on Google, I think Google Contacts. You can create them by accepted and not accepted. Hold on. Okay, Google. Turn off the big funny TV.
Sure. Turning off the big funny.
Thank you. TV turned itself on. Oh, hold up. What's this? We're looking over the application for something called VFantasy because it's something that caught my attention yesterday. Something I want to talk about now that I've yapped about it. And I don't plan on applying to this, so I don't care. So yeah, if they're mostly contacting things through using like Gmail and things like that, and G contacts or Google contacts, you can create tags, accepted and not accepted, and then it's just a group CC. The only thing about a group CC is that you also see everyone else that didn't get accepted. So I also understand why that's not a good way to do it. Which means then you are left with individually emailing everybody. Or you can save yourself the time. And at the end of phase 1, after the end of the application process, you say, hey, you can be like, hey, we are looking over our applications, give us some time. And then later on, or be like, hey, if you don't receive an email within a month, then you unfortunately didn't make it. Give people, if you don't have time to give people a rejection letter, give them a time frame to expect a letter of interest and save yourself the time. Phase 2, the Discord interview. This is normal. Discord interview will be fairly casual. We'll just reach out to you to find out more about you and see if we mesh and if your goals align with ours. A talent management will discuss how the Discord interview went and reach out to you via email. Again, regardless of if you're offered a position in our group, we will reach out to you. Talent expectations. We already kind of went through this. It's in their application. 18 plus talent and communities, no exceptions, which means that if you've got if the talent has their own Discord, you are not allowed to allow minors, which is understandable. Most streamers already do this. Most VTubers already do this. So that's a little bit of a given, which makes it that this pretty much makes it so that general audience VTubers, younger VTubers, or VTubers that general audience VTubers, people that are like family friendly and stuff, cannot apply. If you are a VTuber that does that tries to be very family friendly, that tries to be like 14 plus, 16 plus, you cannot apply to this. If there's even the possibility that your community might be hosting allows minors, you cannot apply to this, and that is understandable. So Christian VTubers, you can't apply. No Christian VTubers. Stream consistency. Obviously, it's asking you to be this. Okay, this is the one that like really was like made me kind of like, You should be able to stream or produce content regularly, at least 1 day a week or 4 days a month. Okay, I'll be real with you. That's not a lot. That's not a lot to ask for. That's very easy. It's very easy. If you have to be gone for extended periods of time, we ask that you notify the administrative team in our absences channel for talents. Am I calling out of work? What is this? What is this requirement? I would need the logic behind this. I would need the log. This is why I can't be in shit, because I always got some shit to say. What do you mean if I'm going to be gone for a long period of time that I need to fucking fill out in a waveform or whatever it is that you want me to do? Why do I have to do that? You're a group. What do you mean? I need an explanation for that. Like, I mostly need to know to what extent do I have to. So it's like calling out of work. Yeah, I don't understand that. I don't understand that. I guess the idea is I'm guessing the idea is that we're only asking for at least this much. If you can't even do that, let us know why. But like, we understand that life happens, but reliability and open communication is key. I don't know. Just, no me cae bien. No me cae bien. This doesn't feel right. Another thing that they put here, and somewhere on their account, gotta find it among all their shit. This is another reason why I'm like, hey, if you're going to be a group and you're holding auditions, please don't retweet random stuff. I don't want to say random shit because I hope that their puppy Leo is okay, and this makes me really sad. But retweet this on your personal account, please. Like, this I'm trying to look for information about your group and what you need from me, and now you've made me sad. Like, I'm just trying to look for information on what's going on here. No, this is the server. Can't find anything. Yeah, congrats, you broke 100 followers. Okay. If we were to make some guild loot merch, what would you be interested in? Uh-huh. What if we said we might be opening a mascot design contest in the future? How about you find your talents first? Our first partnership teaser post. Who could be partnering? You probably retweeted it because it's you guys. You know, a cute little wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I can't find anything. I can't find anything. Where was it? They had a thing where maybe it's in the auditions open or something. Maybe it's in their audition post. If I can find it. Come join us at our guild. Come join us. Talent auditions. Not. Here we go. Our talent auditions are now open. As of right now, we'll keep our auditions open for 1 month. Unless we have a lot of interest, then we might close early. So, one thing I will say, and this is something that voice actors will also tell you. A lot of professional voice actors, any real professional industry that is holding auditions that has a deadline, you do not close them early. You unfortunately, you always have to expect a large influx. You do not close auditions early. You do not do that. Because let's just say I'm a hopeful and I want to audition for this. But I got somewhere to be and I'm like, August 26th, I can probably get that done. Like, I can absolutely get that done a week before because I really want to take my time because I'm really serious about this and I really want to make sure that my application is perfect. And I'm going to make an audition video. I'm going to go the extra fucking mile because I want to be a part of this. But real life shit is happening. You know, my job's going to be really busy. I got to go to a wedding, you know. And they close. They close 2 weeks in, let's say. They close 2 weeks in, early August. Do you know how much potential talent you have just missed out on? Because you closed those auditions early. Always expect a large influx of auditions, no matter how small of a group you are. Because you could just be denying yourself. Honestly, I'm almost tempted to quote retweet this and be like, I'm not applying for this. Some things don't sit right with me. Not gonna lie. I'm gonna do it right now. Fuck. Why can't I? Okay. Not before they preemptively block my ass. Okay. I might yap. I am. Do not close your auditions early because of large influx of applications. You could be closing yourself off of some amazing potential talents who could be going the extra mile to fill your your I almost want to say obnoxiously long your in my opinion very demanding, in my opinion rather demanding application. Which to me shows more interest in your group than asking for an that's like not to yuck anyone's yum. I don't plan on applying for them. Some things don't sit well right with me, but I might yap. You know, I'm gonna take this out. I don't want to make it seem like I'm turning into a thing about me. Yeah. Please do not close your auditions early because of a large influx of applications. You could be closing yourself off of some amazing potential talents who could be going the extra mile to fill your, in my opinion, rather demanding application, which to me shows more interest in your group than a follow ever will. Um, what was it? Their application, their requirements. Actually, no, just rather straight yap on stream about it. Actually, better yet like this. And I'm not here to yuck the yum. I just always got something to say. That's it. That's all I'm gonna put on that. Again, yeah, gave it a shot. I know I might not make it. Yeah, that's fine. It just feels weird to me. It just feels weird to me. Again, anyone who does choose to apply for something like this, good luck to you. I hope they're able to sort out their talents. I'm not going to assume any ill intent or maliciousness from their application. I think it is a very demanding application for, again, a group that is not an agency. There are a couple no does in it where it's like, well, you keep your IP. Well, yeah, no shit. Like, you're not an agency, you're a group. You're not paying me. There are no contracts. What do you mean I keep my IP? Like, no duh. I feel like not asking for an audition video is just giving more work for yourself. This whole, like, we'll answer everybody whether they made it or not is too much extra work. I feel like their audition process and their I feel like their process, well, not the process, no, my bad. I feel like their application and some of their details are way too bloated. When it comes to their feed here, again, it's as easy as a follow and saying don't show retweets. But if I am just a random person like I was yesterday who saw someone I kind of know apply for this, and I'm looking through this and I just want to find details, I can't find it. I have to comb through your account. Funnily enough, and again, I don't mean it in any sort of malicious way, for a group that is trying to take professionalism seriously, even to a small degree, you're not really showing it. I don't really feel it. I can't find any. I'm having issues finding things. Would it be rude to start yapping about something else? I'm asking because I don't want to be rude. You're making the rules here after all. It's a teeny bit rude. Because it is my stream. We will be moving on to another topic because originally this was supposed to be an HSR stream. But again, I got to yapping and I wanted to talk about this. I don't think my opinions on this are anything overly incendiary. It's just my critique of this, just looking at what's out there right now. I don't know who started this. I don't know who's behind it. I'm looking at it from a completely outside perspective. I've applied for VTuber groups before, and I've not seen applications as extensive that ask for as much as they do, that also ask for a personality quiz. It's just a little weird to me. God, I hate VTubers. Oh my god, Bard! Bard, you missed me yapping about this. You missed me yapping about this, Bard. Or were you lurking the entire time? Oh my god, Bard. Please. Bard. Bard. Sorry, I was dealing with a BL fanfic contest. Oh. Run it back. Okay, well. Oh, god damn it, Bard. You came at the worst time. Your opinion would have been so fucking funny for this. I found this VTuber group. Funny enough, I also just retweeted their application. They're a VTuber group called VFantasy. I'm gonna try my best to run it down. They're a VTuber group called VFantasy that is a TTRPG fantasy-inspired indie group. They're holding auditions. They require people to follow them so that they know that they're taking it, so that they can feel like people are taking their application seriously. They say it. I can't find anything on their Twitter. I can't find anything on their Twitter. They have some things here. Not to bloat their following. Okay. So they put here, TLDR, make sure you follow us if you're really interested, be a good person, fill out the form to the best of your abilities, and no, you don't need an audition video and it won't hurt your chances if you don't. They say you don't need to make an audition video. Their application asks for a lot of things and seems really, really bloated. Define being a good person. We're not gonna, when it comes to wanting the most current information, that's understandable. Double checking, making sure things are okay, that's understandable. This is kind of bloaty also as well. What will get you auto denied from the group? They're saying that pretty much nothing will. They say they don't want people that are homophobic, transphobic, or ableist. Totally understandable. Why then, in your questions, are you asking people if they stream on Kick? I know not everyone on Kick is homophobic, transphobic, ableist, yada, 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 but it does attract some rather unsavory people. If you don't want anybody that could be labeled these three things, generally most VTubers don't fuck with Kick. So the fact that you are willing to accept people, like, again, you're trying to be open to as many people as possible, but the fact that you are willing to accept Kick streamers is a little bit contradictory to that. I actually did talk about Kick recently. They kind of have been trying to clean their image, but the majority of their platform are still people who approve of kidnapping sex workers. Yeah, it's good that they're trying to clean things up, but until I see or hear about some actual changes going on with this platform, it's performative. And there again are some unsavory people. I know there are some unsavory people on Twitch as well. I know it's not perfect. Same thing with YouTube. But most people, the general consensus is that Kick, if you're a VTuber, is a no-no. But it is what it is. There we go. We went over their application process. So we're gonna, Bard, you're lucky I love you. They have a Discord. I almost clicked on that. They have a little cute graphic that you can post to show the guild you were sorted into, because they have a personality quiz that they want you to do too, so that they know where to sort you, because they're going to be doing guilds instead of gens and stuff. Where is your audition link? Where is your audition link? Here we go. This is what I mean. Shit, you should have just told me you were doing this. I would have dropped everything to join you. No, because this kind of happened. This just happened. I just started talking about this. I was literally just playing Honkai Star Rail, and I started just talking, and this came to mind that I saw this yesterday, and I was like, you know what? No, I'm gonna talk about this because now it's in my brain. I have to yap about it. I have some thoughts about this. I don't plan on applying to this, so I gotta talk about it. And heckin', here they are. Their expectations, they want 18 plus talent in communities. Understandable, no minors allowed. If your community even hints at being more general audience, you cannot apply. Christian VTubers, unfortunately, you cannot apply. We will not allow our communities to invite minors into the shared space, and breaking this rule will result in all applicable parties being banned from VFantasy. They don't want it. Don't want it. They also put here, it will remain open for a month, reaching out to potential talents over the coming weeks afterwards. Blah, 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 blah. Before taking the time to complete this application, we ask that you read through our guidelines. We ensure to have a sense of professionalism between talents. We are not a corporate agency. They say that once. We require a small level of professionalism from our talents, regardless of if they view streaming as a hobby, if they're wanting to make a career out of it. Okay, stream consistency. You should be able to stream or produce content regularly, at least 1 day a week or 4 days a month. If you have to be gone for extended periods of time, we ask that you notify the administrative team of in our absences channel for talents. We understand that life happens, but reliability and open communication is key. So what do you mean I have to notify an administrative team if I can't make my own stream? What do you mean I have to call out of my own stream? That just feels weird to me. It feels weird to me. For branding, they're pretty much open to anything. PNG, Live 2D, 3D models, placeholder, customizable models are also accepted, so they are totally understandable about that. We also ask that our talents have some sort of fantasy element to their VTuber branding to match the branding of our group, rather it be in their lore, their species, etc. Okay, here's the problem. Fantasy is very broad. Are you talking about cat girls? Are you talking about knights? Are you talking about dragons, tieflings? Do you want space Eldritch abominations? Do you accept robots? What do you mean? What do you mean? This is very broad. And then when you go into their I'm gonna have to go to their media because I found their thingy, because they have a cute little personality quiz that puts you into guilds. They've got Boundless, they've got Runebound, and they've got Mithril, and they're like little guilds and stuff like that. They seem to be leaning more towards the medieval D&D-esque fantasy. They've already said outright that they're a TTRPG fantasy-based group, so it tells me that they're aiming more towards that and probably a little bit away from the sci-fi aspect, but I don't know. But again, it's just fantasy. It's a little too broad. Boundaries, respect boundaries, be nice. Drama-free collaboration is not negotiable. I'm going to assume, again, this is a very weird thing to say. Do you just mean between the talents? You don't want any issues between your talents? Or do you want your people to not be involved in drama in any way, shape, or form? And do you want them to be sunshine and rainbows? I say this because there's a question later on in the application that also raised a red flag. So community first group, What do you mean by that? I'm assuming this means that you prioritize the community and uplifting the community and the brand over the individual talents. That's okay, but I need you to define what that means. Not everyone's going to know what that means. People are going to make assumptions. We're here to uplift and grow together, not to compete or compare ourselves to one another. Considering recent things we learned about VShojo, of course you want to say that. But again, you're not an agency. So why do you need to, you know, why are we getting into that? Personal information is kept confidential. I sure hope it is. And you can choose how much or how little you share with your fellow talents in our community. Okay. Okay, that's fine. A lot of people go to VTubing because of anonymity. Why you need my personal information in the first place, I'm not sure. Aside from where I'm based. I generally find not having a streamer group is not a bad thing because having friends that support each other isn't bad, but this doesn't seem like a group. It seems like an agency despite the insistence that they're not. Anyone who's trying to make an agency immediately after the fall of VShojo screams arrogance. Fuck, I might apply, just tell them no. Or do we gotta get our collab partners approved? I don't know. We do background checks on public behavior. If you've been banned, blacklisted, or exposed for abuse, we reserve the right to deny applications or remove talent at our discretion. I mean, okay. Am I applying for a job? Like, I understand wanting to do background checks to make sure you're not bringing in any risque, overly spicy people. But to what extent are you doing this background check? Are you going to be looking at all the socials I give you? Are you going to, if I give you one of my socials, are you going to then look through anything that might be connected? Because technically, I only need to give you my Twitter, and then you can easily find all my other shit. I can just give you my handle. Nobody else goes by Squeaky Shiona on the internet. Trust me. Trust me. I don't like that personally because that is a court of public opinion. Yes, and another thing I'm going to mention you right here because they have it later on in their application. Background checks. And if you do find something that raises concerns, are you going to ask the potential talent about that? Or are you just going to take what everybody else said and not ask them? How are you going to handle that? How are you going to handle, and what if you do find something? And what if you do? Are you going to talk to me and are you going to ask me about that? And ask for my side? Or are you just going to take the court of public opinion, whether it's condemning someone or like lifting them up? Because again, just because you get ganged up on about an opinion and stuff doesn't mean you were wrong. Just because people tried to cancel you over something doesn't mean you were wrong. Oh, it's absolutely opportunism, trying to be on deck to potentially fill the vacuum. Your IP belongs to you. I sure hope it does. What do you mean? This is like when Silvervale was like mad that people were lauding VShojo over, you get to keep your IP. Yeah, because we had it in the it was ours in the first place. This is this is bare minimum. Why are we applauding this? I don't understand. Of course my IP belongs to me. I came in with it. I applied with it. I owned it before this even, I owned it longer than you've been around. Group that is holding auditions. Yeah, I sure hope it does. I distinctly remember the Poppy situation, dropping a document against mythic sites and everyone jumping to Hid's defense before she said anything and was treated like garbage for weeks before more info came out. Oh God. Like, again, this feels like something because of the VShojo thing. But VShojo already at least had that covered. So we'll never take your brand or identity or ask you to give that up to the group. You'll never have to worry about anyone in this group taking your identity or any purchase made IP from you. What are you What? What do you mean? There was agencies that wanted to adopt, and once you were adopted, they mentioned we will discuss IP sharing after the first. Bitch, but here's the thing, Bard, that was an agency. This is not an agency. So why is my IP even in the discussion? Why is my IP even mentioned at the table? This is an agency. Like, and then blah blah blah. Say you agree, whatever. We tried to fill out most of it. Again, what's your name? That's fine. Age range? That's fine. Country of residence? My personal information, but that's fine. What's my Discord username? That's fine. What fluency? Do you fluently speak English? This could have been an easy yes or no. We didn't need levels of proficiency. I can give them some props for wanting to go more into it. But if you're asking if someone fluently speaks English, beginner automatically out. It should have been the first three and no, or just yes or no, or yes, no, and explain. Followed by, do you speak other languages? You have a schedule, you have managers, you have collab rules of etiquette, background checks, everything but a fucking paycheck. A2, B1, B2. Yeah. Social media links, obviously. They want all of your social media links. They want Twitter, X, Blue Sky, Instagram, Twitch, TikTok, Kick, YouTube, etc. First off, Kick. I'm not going to go back into why Kick. But again, they want all of them. Understandable, but all of them. What are your hopes and expectations of joining VFantasy? Some of the things, again, if they're asking for your hopes and expectations, still love, they won't accept Christian VTubers, but Kick VTubers. Yeah. Okay. What are your hopes for expectations? I imagine, do I keep my IP as a frequently asked question, but also it's one of those things you can virtue signal with, even though it's a given, just like VShojo. Exactly. What are your hopes and expectations with joining VFantasy? Okay. So here are the things. Now, I'm assuming that because these are on the application, that you, in some way, shape, or form, are offering this. Help with growth and exposure, access to artist, riggers, or production support, guidance and membership, collaboration opportunities, marketing and branding support, technical support, convention appearances, merch services, management services. These last three are usually what agencies offer. Usually, not always, usually. This requires a lot of money behind it, especially if you're doing a group, especially if you're going to be doing multiple groups, because you already have at least 3 guilds lined up. A lot of money or a lot of clout. Then it says, what would joining VFantasy mean to you? Now, this is that thing where I understand if a company like Hololive, or at the time VShojo, or Sox Agency, or those really big agencies asking this question, because they've garnered enough time, clout, money, usually have very well-established talent, that this question can actually be answered meaningfully. I say answered meaningfully because I don't even know who you are. I don't know who you are. I don't know who's behind this. What do you mean, what would joining this mean to me? It means that I join a group and that maybe I can find it's easy to write a lot of fluff that doesn't mean anything and sounds pretty, but I don't think I think we're a little too early to be asking that question. I feel like it's a little too early to be asking this question. Content creation. Okay. They say here, we ask that you fill out this section with well thought out, in-depth answers. Please answer each question with at least one full, well thought out paragraph. An increase in response will dictate your viability to us, so please write as much as you can. They say here there will be a section for you to post an audition video if you have one prepared, but it's not required. Remember, the audition video is not required. So, how long have you been a content creator? Very basic question. What kind of content do you create? Gaming, ASMR, music, singing, art, creative, just chatting, other? You know, very simple. Pretty simple question. How long have you been a content creator? I mean, yeah, I guess you can write a paragraph about that. I can literally answer, how long have I been a content creator? I have been a content creator for over 15 years. Roughly 16, maybe more, but I've been on YouTube making videos and posting them, which is content creation, for 16 years, half of my life. That's a quick answer. Sorry, it's not your one full it's not your at least one full well thought out paragraph, but it's straight to the point. Foreshadowing is a narrative device in which a storyteller gives an advance hint of an upcoming event. Yeah. What kind of content? Oh, how often do you produce content? How many hours do you stream? How often do you stream? Do you post content to other socials, i.e. shorts, TikToks, etc.? How many hours do I stream? Normally, my streams run a minimum 4 to 5 hours, sometimes going up to 8 or 9. I stream 3 times a week. 3 times a week. That says that my stream hours are roughly 15 to 20 hours a week, which totals to about 80 to 90 hours a month, sometimes even 100 if I go too ham. Sorry, that's not at least one full, well thought out paragraph. How many hours I stream? Roughly 15 to 20 a week. Where is your preferred streaming platform? YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and then other. But again, why Kick? Why Kick? Okay, you want to be open to as many people as possible? That's fine. Other Trovo. Trovo, a streaming platform? I don't know. Fucking Facebook. Facebook. What times and days do you normally stream? Friday, Saturday, Sunday. No, not Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Saturday nights, Friday to Monday afternoons. I'm sorry, that's not another well thought out paragraph. Another straight to the point answer. Oh, Trovo is Russian Twitch. Oh, interesting. Feel free to link an audition video here if you have one prepared for VFantasy. It's out of all of them, it's not an optional question. It doesn't have a little red star. Next. Personality and vision. Here's where we get to know you a little bit better as a brand. We want to know about your experiences as a VTuber that may have shaped your content creation journey and why you do what you do. You know what can make this a lot easier for you? Stay with me now. You guys know the answer. You know what can make this a lot easier? An audition video. What is your greatest motivator for VTubing, streaming, and why? Please see attached audition video. How would you describe your personality? What type of character do you envision yourself as a VTuber? Please see attached audition video. Where do you see yourself this time next year with your streaming career? Considering that on average, most VTubers are only around for 1 to 3 years before they quit because they don't see any growth because they don't know what they're doing wrong. As a big VTuber. Where do you see yourself this time next? Yeah, I already started that. What's the most interesting project you've worked on as a streamer? I mean, yeah, you can write that out and have a nice little thing, or also see attached VTuber audition. A video could get this all answered in 5 to 10 minutes. Shorter. 3 to 5 minutes. I saw myself as partner within 5 years. Yeah, like, again, and there are just some things where, like, and again, the VTubing sphere, the streaming sphere is so competitive. And the easiest way to make sure that it's not as, like, tackling on your mental health is to set, like, small, attainable goals. Partner, on paper, sounds obtainable, but partner, in and of itself, asks for, especially with how bloated the streamer space is, I'm not going to say it's unrealistic, but it's not as easy as it sounds. You need to see, and Twitch likes to, like, I have seen Twitch deny people who have had, Nat19 was rejected 5 times before becoming partner. And they were, and Nat19 pulls over 100 to even 200 viewers during their streams. And then I've seen people get partner the moment, like within hours after applying. It's so inconsistent that and again, unfortunately, it also the partner push thing is a whole other thing I'm not the biggest fan of. But yeah, that whole thing. Like, again, you can put that there. Here's the other thing. Has there ever been a time you found yourself in a disagreement, dramatic situation, scandal in the streaming space, or with another VTuber? Please describe the situation and how you dealt with it. Please don't stress about this section. This is mainly to get a feel for how you handle yourself publicly during conflict. Yes, about once every 3 or 6 months. So, again, they've already said they're going to run background checks. They've already talked about how a drama-free collaboration environment is non-negotiable. This feels performative. This also feels very virtue signally. Because the VTuber sphere already has such a bad issue with not wanting to talk about anything that can be remotely perceived as negative. And there are genuine issues where, like, people are doing some bad shit. And people are so scared of talking out because of the fear of starting drama. And I feel like asking this sort of question, this is a question that should be saved during the interview. This is a negotiable upon promise of hire. This is you're asking for too much of my business and you haven't promised me anything yet. I'm not a fan of this question. And I'll tell you right now, I've only in my whole life on the internet, which is about half of it, which is about 16 years because I'm 32. I have only been involved in 2 very, very serious things. And I have tried to handle them both as professionally as possible. One of them was a long, long time ago. And another one was a couple years ago with Jake, that damn cat. That being said, I don't want to bring that up with you. Because both of them were at their times very traumatic. So you're asking me to dig up old issues and old trauma and explain to you how I went through that and how I dealt with it in the hopes that I can get into your little VTuber group. This is that question where I have to say absolutely not. This would turn me away. This would turn me away. Because you're reducing certain things to a disagreement, a dramatic situation, or a quote-unquote scandal, in the words of the application itself. This completely pushes me away. I don't want to answer that question, but you've made it a required one. Please don't stress about this section. This is mainly to get a feel for how you handle yourself publicly during conflict. You know what I normally do publicly during a conflict? I try to keep it out of the public now. I don't want to handle things publicly. The only time usually things get public is, unfortunately, there are some people who pull out the public call out in the Google Docie immediately. But most normal people, they try to let public be a last-ditch effort when they feel like no matter what they're doing, they are not being listened to, that they need to get this out, that they need to let people know what's going on. Most people save this as a last resort when they have no other choice. And most of the time, it puts them more on risk than whoever they're calling out. Because there will always be someone that says you're just starting up drama. Most people who will be able to answer this with, thankfully nothing as of yet, are people who have just started this. People with followings barely in the 2 to 3 digits. And that's okay. Congratulations, good for you. Again, the VTuber community is full of a lot of different type of people, people that don't agree with one another, people that are very volatile. This is not a question you ask unless I am very deep in the process. Unless I am pretty much all but actually accepted, you do not ask this question. You're asking a dangerous question in the sphere of tea sippers. Heavy question for interview. And it's for shit that should be actual criminal offenses, essay, fraud, scams, etc., etc. Exactly. Most people don't take it. Most normal people, or at least on the bigger side of things, don't make things public unless they had no other choice. And one can argue, well, you know, those sort of issues don't count in the scope of this question. No, don't ask this question. It's none of your business. It's none of your business. And then they ask, VFantasy is a fantasy-themed VTuber group. We have guilds instead of gens or founding members. We've created our own sorting quiz to find out which guild you'll be sorted into once accepted into the Department of Redundancy Department. Please complete the sorting quiz here to find out which guild you'll be joining into. You know, you've already filled out this huge form. Also, do our job for us. Like, once you've... I'm not gonna... Hold on. I don't want to accidentally show anything I might have on my freaking thing. Add one file. I'm just gonna put this in there just to say I have something in there. What's the next thing? What's the next thing? What happened? Thank you. Oh, we haven't submitted yet, so this is the last thing. Thank you so much for taking the time to apply. We know the application process can be daunting, stressful, and time-consuming, so we appreciate you taking the time to apply with us. What happens next? Our leadership and management teams will review the applications to find individuals that best align with our vision and values as a streaming group, not an agency. Streaming group. If you stand out, we'll reach out to you for the next steps of the audition process. Again, thank you so much for taking the time to apply. We greatly appreciate your interest in VFantasy, and we hope to speak with you soon. And then join the Discord. I'm going to clear the form. I'm going to clear it. We're done here. Something that they don't put here. They want you to follow them. They want you to follow them. Like I already went, they want you to follow them because this is how they know that you're serious about wanting to apply. I already filled out your freaking form, took your personality quiz. How much more serious do you want? Another thing here, and this is where Bard came in, is that they put here their auditions are open from July 26th to August 26th. So if you're interested, get your applications in now and get them done as soon as possible, because they've put out right here, we'll keep our auditions open for 1 full month unless we have a lot of interest. Well, VFantasy, who also wants people to follow them, as said in their, god damn it, I'm just gonna be opening like things. Again, they want you to freaking join their Discord. They want you to think, but they specifically, oh brother, I hate that I have to scroll through all this stuff. Make sure you follow them. Make sure the followers show that you're really interested. Again, VFantasy, you already got 158 followers, which I'm going to roughly assume that means you have 158 applications. If you want people to follow you also, to ensure that people are serious about filling your application. You also outright said that in your thing that you might close it if you have a lot of interest early. If you are trying to have any air of professionalism, you are not going to close that early. You cannot. Not only do you deny yourself, again, potentially some very good talent that for whatever one reason or another could not apply at the earlier half of the application period, and maybe they're going to go through that extra mile of making an audition video on top of answering everything as in-depth and as nice paragraphs as possible, you could be closing yourself off to that talent. But also, in general, it's not professional to close any audition early for any reason. You keep that open. I don't care if you're going through 20 auditions or 2,000. What you do after that, after you close, you say, wow, we sure did get a lot of people. This is going to take us roughly this much time. If you don't get a response within this much time, then unfortunately you didn't make it past the first wave. Here's the thing. I'm gonna try to find it. God. They don't have anything anywhere, anything concise. The fact that they're retweeting like everybody who applied to them, and then also just retweeting random things like Iron Mouse and whatever this is, this like motivational piece. Like, I can't find a puppy, that there's a charity for a puppy. Like, this just makes me sad. Like, I just want to know what's going on with your totally not an agency. Someone, Podge, talking about how she'll make slime with her feet at 30K. What are you doing? What are you doing? I can't find anything on your Twitter. What are you doing? Like, person who is running this account, keep it to your main, please. I can't find anything. I can't find anything. Where their talent FAQ. Their talent FAQ is a whole other thing too. They say, as a group, we provide creative support, collaborative opportunities, branding guidance, lore development.
Your toes, but hey, pretty girl, I'm sucking toes. The way you do the things you do reminds me of me sucking your toes. That's why I'm all up in your toes.
Hi, Spicy. Anywho, they're offering how you doing, Spicy? They're offering creative support, collaborative opportunities, branding guidance, lore and development assistance, group promotions, merch opportunities, monthly mental health check-ins, a close-knit, encouraging community where, while each member is independent, we strive to lift each other up and grow together at the Can you promise me this in a contract? If you're saying you provide this, can you promise me in a contract? Even though your application says that there are no contracts somewhere. The talent agency makes more money if the talent outsources their merch. Where did they put no contracts? Yeah. Since we're not an agency, we will never ask you to sign a contract or force you to stay with us. If you no longer at any point wish to be talent with VFantasy, we ask that you communicate your concerns with us. We can discuss the best course of action. What is this? Can you promise me this? You're saying you provide this. Can you promise me that in writing? Remember how Shy Lily refused to sign with VShojo because they couldn't even this is shit that VShojo promises, and VShojo didn't even want to put this in a contract. Then they're talking here about merch that is handled. If merch is they will never take payments from their members for their streams, digital works, or sponsorships. Yeah, you better not, because that's why Shy Lily didn't freaking sign with VShojo. We will never have you sign a contract. That way there's no actual legal repercussions. If merch is handled through a third party, the profits are split 50-50 between the talents and the group. If merch is handled through a third party. If merch is handled through the group with commercial artwork purchased by group funds. The profits are split 60-40 between the talents and the group. And this is with the talents getting the bigger cut. If merch is handled through the group with commercial artwork purchased by the talent, the profits are split 80-20 between the talents and the group. I'm going to need you to actually like give me examples of what would entail these splits, because just saying them is not enough. You need to explain these things to me. You have to explain this to me like I'm kind of stupid. What does that mean? We won't take the larger payout outlined above. We'll never ask you to outright give us any of your earnings. If you'd like to aid in any group project, you can, but we will never require you to give up any of your profits. You worked hard for that. You deserve to keep it. Virtue signaling. Virtue signaling. What does this mean? What does this mean? I want you to explain that. Give me an example of that. What does that mean? What's the 50-50 talents and the group? What do you mean by that? When does the group mean the staff? Who does the group mean if the talents are not a part of the group? What does that mean? Please explain this to me. Please explain this to all the little tiny baby VTubers who don't know any of this. Explain this to them. They're not going to understand this. You don't have to give us a cut, but it'd be kind of mean not to. Please explain this to me. Explain this to me, please. Explain this to anyone that is applying for your totally not an agency. The application process. Again, we already went through the form. Phase 1 is you fill out the application, you do their little personality quiz. The talent management will review your application and email you according to our group's email. Our group's email doesn't show the email. What email am I expected to be getting an email from? What email am I expecting? What email am I looking for? Is it vfantasy@gmail.com? Is it talent management at vfantasy.com? What email am I to expect to get an answer from? You need to disclose that. Why? Because remember when the whole hacking situation happened with VShojo? What email am I expecting? Where is it coming from? I need to know. So that me, silly dumb babu VTuber, am not just clicking anything and then giving my information and then I get swatted on stream. I need to know. Disclose. Transparency. The talent management will review your application and email you, blah, blah, regardless of if you're chosen to move forward to phase 2 or not. So they will send you a rejection letter if you don't get in. I'm going to tell you right now, as really nice as a rejection letter sounds on paper, to know that you are, you didn't make the cut one reason or another, they are a waste of time. They are a waste of time. You have to expect a big influx. No matter what, no matter how small you are, you have to expect a big influx of applications. You don't have time to message every fucking schmuck that applies that they didn't get in. You have more important things to do, like work out the people who did. This is a waste of your time. You are wasting your time. You are wasting your time. And I know that with Google, because if they're using Gmail and they're using Google Contacts, there is a way to make it easier. You can sort everybody out by tags, and you have the people who made it and the people you do. The problem with that is that's so that you can mass email people, so you'll know everybody who got fucking rejected. Disclosing everybody else's fucking emails, which is kind of a security risk. So they can't do that. So they have to individually email every single person, whether they pass or fail. That is a waste of time. Because if you start giving people a window of when they should be expecting a response, that is a waste of time. If you are going to audition for any voice actor or anybody through any audition thing in the industry will tell you that it is super unprofessional to close auditions early. And it's in and of itself unprofessional to expect a rejection letter, to demand one even. Submit it and forget it. If they give you a window to expect a thing, if they say that in 2 weeks, if you get in, we're going to be sending out acceptance letters. If you don't get anything in 2 weeks, you didn't get in. Guess what? 2 weeks pass, you got nothing. There you go. There's your rejection letter. You didn't get in. Do you need any more landing lights? No, you do not. Submit it and forget it. If you didn't get in, what changed? What changed? The worst thing that they said was no. That doesn't mean you were bad. It doesn't mean you weren't good enough. It just means that you weren't what they were looking for. Try again next time. Yeah, can you carve that into stone for me? Carve one into stone. Like, no. No. What changed? You didn't get the email. You didn't waste your time. My rejection letter. Like, you didn't waste your time. You weren't any, I want my family to be well, here's the thing. What they're going to say is, we regret to inform you that you didn't meet the necessary requirements, or you didn't blah 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 blah. Like, I don't understand why people need rejection letters. You don't need one. And if your day is going to be so fucking ruined by a rejection letter, I'm really sorry. You're gonna have to get over that, hun. You're gonna have to. I applied to when Alara was holding auditions for Waifu. I auditioned for that. Audition tape and everything. I was actually really surprised that I got a rejection letter. Because when I got an email that was just like from Alara at Waifu or whatever, or Waifu audition thing, I was like, holy shit, what the fuck? Because for a minute, I thought I got in. And then I look at it and it's a rejection letter and it's like, oh. And then I just immediately deleted it and went about my day. Because I don't hold expectations like that. But imagine you're a tiny little Babu VTuber who applies to this thing. And then you get a notification on your, you get during the what we're sending out emails phase. Where these people have already said they're gonna give everybody an email. And then you look at your phone and it's like, new email from VFantasy, but it only shows you the title and it says VFantasy Audition. What is a tiny Babu VTuber gonna think? The first thing they're gonna think is that, oh my god, did I make it? Oh my god, did I make it? And then they open it. No, you didn't. Some people aren't going to be ready for that. Some people don't want a rejection letter because they can't take that. It just wouldn't, funny enough, I think my tweet just got, my tweet just attracted someone from them, where it's saying, can you explain instead of yapping on stream, where it doesn't help anybody. I'm yapping on stream because I have too much shit to say. I'm yapping because I have too much shit to say and I suck at putting it on posts. Pros and cons. There are pros and cons. Absolutely, there are pros and cons. But I just feel like from a professional standpoint, it's too much extra work. Also, to a certain extent, if you can't handle a rejection letter, that's probably why you weren't accepted. Yeah. Probably wasn't why you're getting accepted. But yeah, just no. Phase 2 Discord interview, that's pretty regular. That's pretty regular. That's that thing where at some point, these sorts of things, they have to do a one-on-one interview. This can also weed out a lot of potential people because not everyone will be used to talking to strangers, which will help them immediately make their decision. We don't think you're ready for this. Because there will be a lot of inexperienced VTubers going over that sort of thing. Let's just go to it ourselves.
If you'd like to explain what is causing red flags, we'd love to hear it, as opposed to yapping about it on stream, which wouldn't help anyone at all. Well, here's the funny thing, Bard. Not everyone pays the muskrat to yap forever. I actually did get, not to get the check mark, but to get the ability to edit and post longer things. So I could humor this person. They are from VFantasy, whoever this is. Yeah, I can do that. I can absolutely do that. It's gonna be a long message, though. It's gonna be a long message, though. I use a bit rude at the end there. Squeaker, know that if I ever pay for Twitter Blue, I'm generally mad at someone and need the character limit. This is that thing of, if I'm going to reply to them live on stream, I'm going to preface this with, I tend to prefer to yap because I have a lot to say and I go on a lot of tangents. That if I didn't have some semblance of Twitter Premium, I would be just tippy-tappying forever. It is a little bit rude at the end, but again, we don't want to assume maliciousness. The fact that they're like they don't want to yap on they as opposed to yapping about it on stream, which wouldn't help anyone at all. Actually, that's not quite correct. That is not quite correct. Because yapping on stream allows me to also go into more. Oh, it also gets the more engagement if you do it on Twitter and gets you more if it's on stream. Yeah. It's bait. It's bait. It feels like bait. Funny enough, I think because I quote retweeted it, it probably wouldn't give them that much engagement. What's really funny is that would be really funny is if I do entertain this post. Funny thing is that if we do engage with the post, excuse me, please see the no drama baiting clause of the group's non-existent contract. What's really funny, what's going to be really, here's the thing, there's ways this can go. This is bait. This is bait. Because I could fly off the handle and be like, because that last thing, as opposed to yapping, which wouldn't help anyone at all, actually, me yapping on stream can be very, very helpful. Because it's one thing to say, this is my red flag, and then a whole other thing to explain why. People don't want to read. People don't want to read. Like, yes, I'm also be real. It's too much work. The reason I also prefer to yap instead of tippity-tapping away on Twitter is because just talking is a lot less work. I could humor this. But it's gonna be that thing of, again, I already have a feeling that no matter what I have to say, they're not going to like it. And I'm not really going to get on, I don't really care to get into potential scandal drama with somebody who can't even just look at my post and ignore it. Because the main point of this post was, I don't plan on applying for this. Some things don't sit well with me, not gonna lie, and I'm not here to yuck the yum. I've just always got something to say. Please do not close your auditions early because of a large influx of applications. You could be closing yourself off to some amazing potential talents who could be going the extra mile to fill your, in my opinion, rather demanding application, which to me shows more interest in your group than a follow ever will. What are your red flags? Also, because I also do here, I could go more into why their application requirements and promises don't sit well with me, especially since they claim to not be an agency multiple times, but I'd rather yap on stream about it. To which it's like, what's causing the red flags? But you know what? If I have been able to yap for 2 hours, what's a Twitter post? You're allowed to have an opinion. Let's go on this journey together. I always got some shit to say. I always got some shit to say. First, I prefer to yap on stream because it's easier than typing away walls of text. It's easier to get my point across than typing away walls of text on Twitter. It helps me. Oh, you know, I actually, again, bitch, I'm the head of the fucking Department of Redundancy Department. Okay. Because it's easier than typing away a wall of text on Twitter. It helps me get my point across while also showing with my tone and emotion that nothing I say is to insinuate that there is malicious intent behind the thing I am discussing. Okay. We're gonna put a little shrug emoji. Just, oh, whoopsies. Here is the wall of text you asked for, I guess. Mind you, again, they're pretty much asking for this. They're pretty much asking for this. I'm going to do my best because I make it a point of contention. Hi, Pope Badger. I make it a point to be as cordial as I can. I never want to assume. This message does sound rude, but I do not want to assume malicious intent. I don't want to assume that someone is trying to rile my buttons. I'm really genuinely trying to not assume this. So, if my stream, if me yapping about a topic that caught my attention, that interests me, like I have been, wouldn't help anybody at all, as they say, again, their words, then okay. We're gonna give them, I assume malice was from someone I know. It's because it's someone I don't know that I do not assume malice. I know you and I are very different in that aspect of art. I sometimes wish I could be you sometimes. In terms of just like how blasé you can be sometimes. I gotta respect it. Okay, so here's the wall of text. First red flag. We're gonna be cute. We're gonna be cute. We're gonna be cute. I need a flag. We're gonna be cute. Red flag number 1. Another reason I'm glad I have actually gone through all of this on stream is also because, hold on, let me, because we're gonna be here a while if we're applying to somebody on Twitter. Update titles. Update these while we're at it. Okay. So. The insistence, not instance, the insistence that you are not an agency while promising to provide things that are usually covered by agencies. Are you putting people in their place live? I don't want to call it that, Pope. I don't want to call it that. I actually generally don't want to call it that. It's not that we're putting someone in their place. I don't want to do that. That's not what I'm here for. It's mostly, I had an opinion about someone's upcoming VTuber agency, and it feels like someone's taking it personally. But okay. So the insistency that they're not an agency while providing things that are usually covered by agencies. What are the things they promised? Oh God, I can't fucking find anything. Do you need to submit an audition video, application, blah, 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 blah. I love you. If this becomes a shit show, let me know because I love complaining. Good night though, must be ready. No worries, hon. Thanks for stopping by. So they're offering things, again, merch opportunities. Yeah, just things usually covered by agencies. It's on their profile, so I don't need to freaking cite them. Actually, no, no, you know what? Just in case. Cover all your bases. So they're offering things like, actually, their own application. No. We're not gonna worry about it. So they're offering branding guidance. They're again support, merch, etc. Merch, support, etc. While also, the insistence that you are not an agency while promising to provide things that are usually covered by agencies, while also... how do I write this properly? The insistence that you're not an agency while promising to provide things that are usually covered by agency, while also stating that no contracts will ever be signed. See why Shy Lily didn't sign onto the shoujo. See why Shy Lily didn't sign into V shoujo. Red flag number 2. Is how you will judge whether someone who applied is serious about wanting to join your group. That should be what the application is for. especially when it asks some frankly invasive questions. The insistence that a follow, while you admit is a silly requirement, is how you will judge whether or not someone who applied is serious about wanting to join your group. That should be what the application is for, especially when it asks some frankly invasive questions about applicants' pasts under the pretense of wanting to remain drama-free. Not everyone who publicly calls something out on Twitter, or not everything publicly called out on Twitter, not everything publicly called out on Twitter is drama. I've ended up being, in becoming traumas. So, not everything publicly called out on Twitter is drama, and some have ended in becoming traumas that it feels like your application is asking people disclose for the sake of getting the vibe. The vibe off someone. So, pretty sure that was my second red flag. Red flag number 3. It would be best to properly explain how merch would be handled. I can't spell. And how merch splits would be handled with some examples, since the wording used can be easily misinterpreted. And I'm sure there are many fledgling VTubers applying who might not understand. So that was another thing. The fact that you're accepting applicants who stream on Kick. Actually, no. That's honestly not too much of a red flag. I understand all that shit, so I don't care. I don't care about the Kick thing. This is fine. Yeah, the whole freaking ay coño. The whole rejection letter thing, like, that's just too much work. Trim the fat. Yeah, there is no need to send out rejection applications to everyone who doesn't make it. This isn't much a red flag as it is just too much work. Focus on finding your talents and simply give people a window to expect a callback. If they don't get one, they didn't get in. Done. If they didn't get one, they didn't get in. Done. What else didn't quite get to me? I keep looking at that one. Yeah, we were fine with this. Other words. Swallow our professionalism. Have community strictly 18 plus. We have clear design. Some sort of fantasy element. That's not really a red flag. It's more just like, that's too broad. You need to be more explaining on that. Boundaries, that's fine. Indie fantasy themed VTuber group brought together by shared love of fantasy, storytelling, creative expression. Live streams, gaming, music. Yeah, okay, whatever. No. Actually, this leads me to, let's see, the instance of a follow. What? Are we getting raid? Oh my god. Hi. Hi, guys. Hi, guys. You came in at an interesting time. I'm having Squeaky's being that person right now. Right now is a Squeaky's being that person stream. It's a Squeaky's got a lot to say stream. Hello, everybody. How are we doing? How are we doing? Hope you guys enjoyed 5 Darps. We're just kind of talking about a VTuber agency that I found the submission application for. And after looking around, some things just didn't quite sit well with me. I've already gone over it twice. I'm not going to go over it again. But when I decided to quote retweet the application after they said that they might close early, saying, please don't close early. You might be closing yourself off on talent. And then another tweet saying, I talk more about things that concern me, but I'll save that to stream. What I'm guessing is the founder was like, no, tell us instead of yapping on stream, which doesn't help anybody. So they asked for this. They're asking for a text wall, and that's what they're getting. They asked for this. Let's see. It's a bloated, so leads to the the drama question is very very potentially invasive. The fact that they're like, we want you to follow us so that we know that you're serious about applying, feels kind of skeevy. When the application should be that. It's a bloated application with questions that could be easily solved with the audition video. The audition video that for some reason The application is waiving. Night Bunny and Alan showed up in 5 darts. Oh, interesting. What? I'm guessing as cards. Bloated application with questions that could easily be solved. They're telenovela actors. Oh, as people. Huh, interesting. Bloated application with questions that could easily be solved with the audition video that for some reason the application is waiving. An audition video could easily answer a lot of the questions. In 3 to 5 minutes. As opposed to writing... Oh, man. Oh, I can't go back to the thing. They wanted a full length paragraph. Who has experience, confidence, / desire to y'all making this person made me yap on Twitter. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. God damn it. Okay, so again, this person put, if you'd like to explain what is causing red flags, we'd love to hear it, as opposed to yapping about it on stream, which wouldn't help anyone at all. Well, first, I prefer to yap on stream because it's easier than typing away walls of text on Twitter. It helps me get my point across while also showing with my tone and emotion that nothing I say is to insinuate that there is malicious intent behind the thing I am discussing. So if my talking about a topic that caught my interest on stream, quote unquote, wouldn't help anyone at all, as you say, then sure, here's the wall of text you asked for, I guess. The insistence that you are not an agency while promising to provide things that are usually covered by agencies, support, merch, etc., while also stating that no contracts will ever be signed. See why Shy Lily didn't join into VShojo. Red flag 2. The insistence that a follow, while you admit is a silly requirement, is how you will judge whether or not someone who applied is serious about wanting to join your group. That should be what the application is for, especially when it asks some frankly invasive questions about applicants' pasts. Hold on, there's a little, gotta put a little, that. Under the pretense of wanting, quote unquote, wanting to remain, quote unquote, drama-free. Not everything publicly called out on Twitter is drama, and some have ended in becoming traumas. That it feels like your application is asking people to disclose for the sake of getting the vibe off someone. If anything, I'd save that question for the Discord interview. There we go. If anything, I'd save that question for the Discord interview. 2. This leads to the application in general. Again, like the previous point, it's a bloated application with questions that could easily be solved with the audition video that for some reason the application is waiving. An audition video could easily answer a lot of the questions in 3 to 5 minutes, as opposed to writing full-length paragraphs for most of the questions. An audition video doesn't have to be anything complex. It could be as simple as talking about oneself on OBS to a fully edited thing, but one doesn't need to be considered greater than the other. But it does show who has experience, confidence, and an ability, desire to put oneself out there than what is figuratively asking for essays. It would be best to properly explain, point number 3, it would It would be best to properly explain how merch splits would be handled with some examples, since the wording can be easily misinterpreted, and I'm sure there are many fledgling VTubers applying who might not understand. Not really a red flag. A red flag, but a desire for more clarification. Especially due to recent events with the shoujo. And then, I guess last red flag for now, there is no need to send out rejection applicants to everyone who doesn't make it. This isn't much a red flag as it is just too much work. Focus on finding your talents and simply give people the window to expect a callback. If they didn't get one, they didn't get it in, done. Actually, no, last red flag. Again, the aforementioned and the whole point of my initial post. Lastly, the point of my initial quote retweet. Do not hold auditions without the expectation that you might get a large influx of submissions and say you might close the apps early. Any professional industry will tell you even saying this is grossly unprofessional. Yeah. I gotta put unprofessional. And then can I like italicize this? Unprofessional. I know Squeaks is killing them with text. Life happens as your application and requirements for talents to Life happens as your application and requirements for talents to disclose large periods of time they can't stream says. Like it's a job. Like it's a job says. And I'm sure you want your applicants to take the time and care they would need to confidently fill out apps and send them in without fear that they will be shut out because figuratively the line was too long. Because the figurative line was too long. Okay. Lastly, the point of my initial quote retweet, do not hold auditions without the expectation that you might get a large influx of submissions and say you might close the apps early. Any professional industry will tell you that even saying this is grossly unprofessional. If you have a time frame, stick to it. Life happens as your application and requirements for talents to disclose large periods of time they can't stream like it's a job says. And I'm sure you want your applicants to take the time and care they would need to confidently fill out apps and send them without fear that they will be shut out because the figurative line was too long and life got in the way. That sounds concisive, right? This is huge. This is huge. I hate this. I'm a people pleaser. So, yeah. There you go. Oh no, wait! wait, can I edit it? Fuck, I wanted to put a little heart. Can I edit it? No, I wanted to put a little heart. Fuck. Damn it, I forgot to put a little heart. No, I wanted when it mattered most, I forgot my emote. Put that. Pin, add, mute, embed. Can I delete it all and put it back and reply again so I can just have my, god damn it. Well, it's there. There it is. Actually, no, hold on. Coño. Hold on. Hold on, actually, let me go back. Let me go to profile instead. Actually, here we go. No, just done live on stream. No, I don't have to tag them. Yeah, no, I can keep them untagged. Pink heart. And ribbon. Gotta put in the Oshi marks. There we go. Pepperonis. There you guys go. There you guys go. Like, comment, subscribe. Like, comment, subscribe. How long did it take me to write that? How long did it take me to write that, guys? Can we finally play Honkai Star Rail? 4 o'clock. I fucking hate this. Okay, let me check some DMs. How many few do we want? Okay. Ooh. Alrighty. Coño, I can't type for shit. Yay! Okay. Like, comment, and subscribe. Okay. I'm gonna go BRB. I'm gonna get myself a bowl of rice. And then I think we're actually, I'm actually gonna jump into a thingy, and then we'll play some Honkai Star Rail. I will say, I started the stream really fucking depressed, but now I'm kind of in a weird high. This felt I don't think I talked down on someone on Twitter because that was not my intent. But I felt good about that. I felt good about yapping. Holy shit, do I love fucking talking out of my ass. Let's go. We're gonna be right back. Alrighty, I am back. I got some rice. I got some sippy. Okay, now that I've gotten all that yapping out of my brain, that felt great. How long do you think until they reply? How long until they reply? And what are the chances of them completely brushing off everything I said? I keep telling y'all, don't come for me. I got nothing to lose. Okay.
Ooh.
Hi, hun. Also, I can hear you.
Hi.
Hello, hun bun. How you doing?
Yeah, because I use a VPN.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing good. Also, you muted on Discord.
Oops, sorry. Well, I
Yeah.
forgot.
It's okay. Today I drew
Mmm.
3 commissions.
Ooh.
I am insane.
The grind is real.
Yep. This week was chaotic, so I kinda rushed into one day, so yeah.
Oh my god, hun.
Yeah. I need to finish all my work, so when my friend will come over to my city, so we have like more time to hang out. So yeah.
Totally get it.
Yeah. I also need money to hang out.
Oh, I already logged this. I already got this major prize. Lol.
Is it hot in your area?
Right now I wouldn't know. I haven't gone outside today.
Same.
So it might be. Actually, we can just use this and get all of Treebees. Treebees maxed
Ooh.
out.
Treatment max out.
Maxed out traces on Treebs.
Wee. Are you going to pull for like Firefly, Blade?
No, I'm not gonna pull for any of them. Nah, I'm not interested. I already got Blade. I already got Blade.
By losing 50-50.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's... You know, win is a win.
And
A win
funnily
is a win.
enough, if I'm remembering what Lynn said correctly, where's that emo fuck? Here he is.
Emo fuck.
Yeah, apparently the Rapacone is really good on him now.
Yeah. Also, on Kafka is the... Oh god. The 4-star light cone with Several Wolf is now good on Kafka. Yum.
Wow.
Fucking me. Also, I'm thinking with revealing of Nordcry in Genshin, you know, new region. I'm thinking going back.
Yeah, you're thinking about going back to Genshin?
Yeah. There's some lore facts that was like hooked since like first patch. And now they finally showing it to us, like characters like Varka, Alice, who was teased since like day one, basically.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, and they finally revealed them, and I'm like, finally, after all those years, always. So yeah, I'm kinda excited about it. Also, there is like a character with a freaking Russian, the most Russian name I ever heard in my entire life.
Ooh.
Kirill Chudamirovich.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Chudamir is the most Slavic as like Chudamirovich is basically like a son of Chudamir. Yeah.
Chudamirovich?
Yeah,
Oh, I
Chudamirovich.
got it
Yes.
right.
Yeah, you get it right. Yeah. So yeah, Kirill is the most basic Russian name in Russia, like for a boy. And there is basically like a random, for Canadian Americans, like a random, Max or John or yeah. And there's Kirill, and you're like, oh, Kirill. But he have like a really weird surname like Flins, which is doesn't really sound Russian, but I get it. It's hard to pronounce for non like Slavic name speakers like Kirill Chudanovich.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, also it's not Snezhnaya yet, but we get in there. We get in there.
Heck yeah. I heard
Yeah.
from
I reforge all things.
Sayu, he's gonna be probably going back for Not Cry.
Ooh, yeah, we're probably on the same page because, well, Natlan was kinda,
Natlan seemed to be where a lot of people dropped the game.
yeah. Honestly, it's because I wouldn't say it's like a bad region. It's honestly beautiful. The music is amazing. The Genshin is never miss with the music. Never.
Of course.
Ever. Yeah. But in terms of storytelling, it does kind of too much. A lot. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, it was really hard to, do the plot because a lot of characters are talking too much sometimes, and you cannot skip it at all.
Ah, so very bloated.
Yeah, it's really bloated, and you fight in real life. It takes a lot of like resources to go and explore things. So yeah, it took time, but with Northcry, I'm really interested. Again, it's a new region, and I was starving for the main lore. So yeah, I'm going to be probably back, especially at the event. New like summer event they doing sometimes. Like every event they have like this summer thing. Like it's a limited time, like a small kind of island thing.
Yeah.
You go there, you celebrate. There's like the whole other plot, and you get to like doing a lot of like fun things that also can open up the lore a bit. Yeah. So waiting for that.
Heck yeah.
Heck yeah.
Trouble now.
I probably will stop playing Honkai for a while, so so I could.
Focus on one.
Yeah.
Absolutely understandable.
Because this whole year, I would say, not like half year, like since November to like Finon banner,
Yeah.
I was really invested into Honkai Star Rail.
Yeah.
Really invested. So yeah. It's time to have a break.
Yep, that's definitely fair.
Yeah. Yeah. Things are going back. That's lovely.
I've never touched Genshin, so I'm kind of in that thing where it's like I don't have to worry about that.
Yeah,
But
you don't have
seeing
to
seeing
worry
some of the new characters, there's one that people I think his name is like Chris or something like that, or Chris. Something like that. He's like he's a long-haired guy with a lantern.
Oh, Kirill. This is Kirill Chudamirovich.
Oh, okay.
This is the Russian guy, Kirill. What? Chris?
I don't fucking know what his Genshin name, what his other, his actual name is. I saw it something else. 1 second.
Ah, Flins. His surname is Flins. He looks like a guy from the Disney Atomic game.
He reminds me of Hades. Yeah, there we go. Flint's. Is it Flint's?
Yeah. Yeah, Flint's. This is his surname. His full name is...
Flint's.
Yeah. But every Russian player would call him Kirill. Just Kirill, just by his name.
Yeah.
Not by his surname. Because surname is really easy to pronounce for other people, which is understandable. But Kirill, Kiryuha, my brother, my comrade. So yeah.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
that's nice.
I like Columbina. She looks very, very pretty.
Oh yeah, she looks pretty. And also her heels. She doesn't have one, but she kind of like going on her tippy toes, and on the end of her heel, he have like this water orb with a little wing, which is kind of like fairy, something like that.
I think she's just really, really, really pretty.
Yeah, she is. There's a lot of pretty characters.
Yeah, it's just unfortunately not enough to make me want to play the game.
Honestly, you not losing much. Honkai by many standards is better. By, you know, it's easy to catch up with the story. It's easy to collect resources. It's a lot of like, you have a lot of things for the end game, you know, and again, it's easier. It takes less time, and it's easy to play it every day. But with Genshin is now really like hard to dig for some.
I've heard it's hard to get into now.
Yeah.
With where
Like
things, how it went.
Yeah, in the beginning it was like really easy because it was not a lot of things going on. But now there's like a big map, big open world map.
Yeah, it's huge.
With like caves and structures and some things. Again, it's a lot sometimes. Again, it's just like you know, the Horizon, the Legend of Zelda.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I remember
imagine...
when I very first heard about Genshin Impact, people were calling it Breath of the Waifus.
Well done. I'm not against it, but it's not like the Horizons invented an open world with cooking and stuff.
Oh no, same thing. Like same thing with Breath of the Wild as well. It's just it reminded people a lot aesthetically of like Breath of the Wild from Legend of Zelda.
Yeah. I mean, they could like being inspired by it, but its own thing. It's not like traced and tossed. Yeah, its own world. It's its own world, own lore and stuff. But for me, at least, it was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Zenless, it's
You want to take advantage?
Zenless is entertaining. I would say that.
I'll go easy.
Maybe I'm not too hooked on the plot,
Become reality.
but I like to do side quests and it's just kind of fun to just watch the freaking
Yeah. Genshin is one of those
dialogue.
games that gives you a familiar kind of chill vibe like Minecraft. Unfortunately, that's directly contradicted by the need to log in every single day. Fun characters, great music, turning your brain off and just going places without a bigger reason is fun. Yeah. It's the thing of, again, it's unfortunately, the biggest issue with Genshin is that it's a gacha game.
Well,
It wants you to log in every day, it wants you to do events, it wants you to do the story, it wants you to do all that stuff, and all of that may be good, but like it was predicted, the thing that will hold it back the most from being the like ultimate chill vibe lax game is the fact that it's a gacha.
by the way, I would rant right now about Genshin that both of games like Honkai Star Rail and Zenless Zero have. You know, when you don't spend your resources like on how would say I don't remember how it's called in English. You know, those round stuff you spend on to
Feeling spiffy?
for resources, for bosses, you know.
I'm not sure, but let's just say I do for the sake of the conversation.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, and when you don't spend them, it's you know, it's harvest every day. Like you can save what 3,000 or something like that, or 2,000. To then this amount of this resource you can spend to level up your character,
Yeah.
and it's harvesting. In Genshin, you cannot do that. You only have like 20 things, so you can spend on relics, on leveling up your characters and other resources. And it's only like 200 a day.
Oh,
Only
the
200 a day.
stamina. The stamina?
Yeah, the stamina. Yeah, the
Yeah.
stamina.
Okay, yeah, Lynn was saying, like, yeah, Trailblaze has overflow, Battery has overflow, Stamina has overflow in HI3, but Genshin Impact doesn't. Oh, that's
Yeah.
dumb.
It's really dumb, especially this game needs much more resources than any others. It takes too much time to, you know, to harvest it all, and don't have enough resources. And also, different arterias, it's called like the dungeons and stuff, they open up in a different time. You cannot like take this resources for leveling up your character this day.
Uh-huh.
You can do it on specific days. And I hate it with passion.
Genshin has fragile resin, but it has a gap. You can manually craft it, so it's not overflow, it's saving for later, which neat that it has that, but it's objectively worse.
Yep. Yeah, it's not organized, and we have not enough things, not enough stamina, basically. Not enough at all. It would be much easier if it would be harvested like a regular, you know, thing. But it's not. But it's not.
Where's the... Oh, I went the wrong way. I'm like, where's the boss? Push the veil and press on.
Unfortunately, I didn't get Sparkle.
No, no Pringles.
No Pringles.
No Pringles.
No Pringles,
Sorry,
only Sundays.
Sorry for your loss. No
At least
Prongles.
brother,
Yeah.
at least brother and sister reconnected now. I have Robin and Sunday.
There you go.
Yeah.
You put fusion.
At least they're finally together again.
Let us dance once more.
Also, I sketched Wingser design. Do you wanna see?
Ooh, is it the boys? Because I know you did like
I did the boys, but now I do the girls. I will show.
You did the girls again? Yeah, I want to see.
Yeah, I did it with different body types, like to really refresh them in my style and in my mind, you know.
Heck yeah.
Like I did with the
Heckin', I remember I saw someone on Twitter where there was like, why did you make Timothy fat? And it's like, why do you care? Go make your own.
Yeah, I make him hotter, objectively. I mean, he was like a standard skinny guy like everyone else. Why don't make like
And honestly, it was like he could just have a stocky build. He could just be stocky and a
Yeah.
little squishy. Like, it's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. I see a lot of guys with that body type. Come on.
Yeah.
And also, he's kind of cute. My friend who likes this body type, she's approved so much. She went feral for it.
Oh my god. Yes.
Yeah, trying to do also like different body types and you know.
I love that. I'm living for Flora. I only watched so much Winx when I was younger, but I used to watch it a lot when it was on TV. And Flora was always my favorite one. Oh my god, you made Layla
Mine
tall.
too.
Is her name Layla
Yeah.
or Aisha? Because I think she has different names.
Well, in my childhood, she was always Layla, and I think Layla suits her way better. But it's like depends on which region you were watching.
I think I think she was called Layla in the American version because that's the one that's the name that comes to mind. But I think Aisha is also her name somewhere else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I grew
love
up
how you
with
made her a
Layla.
tall queen.
Yeah, because she's also have like mermaid because she's from Andres and her relatives are mermaids literally. So I think it should be shown.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah. I made Tekna a little bit more stocky, chubby, queen, pear-shaped queen. Yeah.
Short queen. I love how she's the shortest one.
Yeah. I like that too because I
like
really
that-
want.
Oh, I'm sorry. I really like that I'm looking at them and I can immediately guess who is who. Not only from the style of dress but just from the general stance and the facial expression. First off, I love that Musa has this resting bitch face. Like she's giving like a K-pop idol.
I was really inspired by Mira.
She's giving like Mira and like edgy Blackpink.
Well, when I first saw Mira, I was like, "Oh my God, Musa, is that you?" Musa, Shakira, that's too. La 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 la.
They look so heckin' good.
Yeah, now I'm going to color them because it's my hyperfixation. Because I don't like what the rainbow did to them.
Yeah, no, it seems, judging from what I've heard from you and Hayden, that like Rainbow just, aside from using AI to do the concepts and stuff, like
That's sad.
they just really shit the bed on this thing. And I unfortunately think that's also a product of for how long Winx has been around. Because Winx was around when I was a child. Like when I was like, the latest I can think of is like when I was 12. Like I remember being in like 5th grade, like 5th, 6th grade, and like seeing Tokyo Mew Mew and Winx Club on TV.
I literally grew up on it because I was in kindergarten when Winx started up. And it was just obsession, love in first sight, I would say.
Yeah. So like just seeing it still going, I'm just like, you're still here? Huh?
Yeah, I think it should be ending on like maybe 4th season. But
wow.
You know, the conveyor, the Nickelodeon rights and stuff. Animation got worse, the plots just got ridiculous and more childish. And just not interesting to watch. Like, not recently, it was quite a while ago, but I rewatched like first 3 seasons.
Yeah.
And I was like, kind of enjoying myself while watching it. But since I start like season 4, which was my favorite as a kid, now as an adult I cannot really watch it properly because like too much going on, a lot of unnecessary stuff, pointless drama, and animation errors, like a lot of them. Like there was like a lot of good things too, but also a lot of weird stuff that I wasn't really like enjoy. Also, hi.
Oh my goodness. It's that thing of like it's been around for too long.
Yeah, it should be dead 10 years ago. Just saying.
It's the thing of it's been around way too long, and it's unfortunately lived long enough to become the villain.
Yeah, they doesn't know when to quit.
It's that thing of if it's making any money, they think it's worth it, and I don't know.
Just it's not worth it at all. The art is dead.
It doesn't
It's not
look
the
anything
same.
like what kind of made it like iconic.
Yeah.
Talking about Winx, also your mic's fucked, Anthony.
Mm. It just
You sounded like a walkie-talkie in another room.
yeah.
Guide with the rainbow bridge.
Is it still bad or?
There we go.
Okay, cool. I
That
literally
was
just had to. I had to switch my microphone to a thing that's not even plugged in, and then switch it back to the
Yeah,
one
that
that's
tends to
plugged in.
happen.
Anyway, yeah, I didn't hear what show you were talking about.
No,
We
we
were
were just
talking about
talking
Winx
about Winx Club and how it's been around for way too long and should probably just die at this point.
The
Because now-
season
'cause-
4. That thing has 4 seasons.
No,
Four.
much 8. It had 8 seasons.
I thought it had like 2.
No,
It was
Winx,
that
Winx
popular?
Club has been going on for like 20 years.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, I had no idea. I just saw that. Like, I just had to watch that because it was before the other shows I wanted to watch.
Oh my
Just kind of sat there and was like, eh.
Me with Grey's
was-
Anatomy.
I would say for you, if you want to watch like Winx Club, watch 3 seasons and the full meter movie they have, like the first one, and
Have
that's
you-
all you need basically. If you want more, you can watch season 4, but it wasn't for me. I would say that. It wasn't the best.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's fair.
Yeah,
Sometimes
believe
I-
it is beautiful, but the plot.
Yeah, that happens. I'm kind of just. I know there was one show I'm sad only got like 3 seasons and it didn't really have an ending. I don't remember it ending, man. It was some card game show on Fox. It was called Chaotic.
Oh,
Does
chaotic.
not ring a bell.
It's like the guy. It's
Fucking
like
live action series with Winx?
Winx. That's crazy.
What are you talking
Chaotic
about,
was
BK?
just.
Hi, Claire.
Hi, Claire.
Hi, Claire.
Yeah, Chaotic. It wasn't anything too special. It was like, you go to you isekai yourself to a world to scan things to use in your card battle because you become the thing.
Oh,
Oh, we're talking
wait.
chaotics?
Yeah, I'm talking about Chaotic.
Okay.
Honestly, it's also kind of sounded like Code Lyoko for a second. I was like, huh?
God,
It does,
Kyoko
except
was
it's-
so fucking ugly.
It was so ugly, but so interesting because people would just die on screen. And it was crazy.
Yes, it was interesting, but the art style was weird. Also, it was
That's
very,
both.
very, very French.
That's why it was weird. You see.
Winx Club got.
French.
Also, Winx Club did get a live action series. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, Winx
That's
did.
insane.
Apparently we don't talk about it.
We don't talk about it, no. We
Don't
don't
talk
talk
about
about
Bruno.
Bruno. No. We don't talk about Bruno. Sorry.
And Kanto is forever ruined the.
It's killing me. I must confess, I still believe.
Chaotix is definitely the toy game series, like card game series of all of them that I wanted to be real more than any others. Because it was like, you teleport into an MMORPG world, take pictures of stuff, and you get to play as it in your battles.
See, the fucking thing was, it wasn't MMORPG world. It was just a real world with real living beings that
it was
live
real
lives.
to them.
I loved it. No, because it was. It wasn't fake. They just went to another dimension.
Yup.
And the best part was, you could get different scans of the same person at different points in their life, and that changes a lot about them
Stats are
statistically.
different at different times. If you scan someone after their ass was just kicked, you're getting bad stats because their HP is gonna be horrible.
Yeah, I remember one of them was this guy wanted an updated scan of this, like his favorite dude. And he went to go see him, and he was a broken husk of his former self because he lost everything because he failed to save his village. And then he got to experience the crippling PTSD of failing everyone you ever loved. And that was horrifying because you share their mind. You don't just get their body, you just become them. Fucking wholesale.
The
For this
first
arena fight.
factions were also great because it was like, what if it was just the main two are the Horde and then whatever the other WoW clan is?
Alliance.
The Alliance, except furries, and then the other two were lizard people and bugs.
And then there was the fifth one that were just Eldritch horrors from beyond the stars.
I don't remember that one. Oh my god.
Yeah, the Marillions. They were like locked away underground, and then they got out. They could mind control. They could spread the mind control through humans who use them in the fucking arena fights. To other humans. It was and one season, I think it was 2 or 3. Because like arenas and locations were special. Like you could scan them and get them for your thing.
Yeah, that was another.
There was a whole group of people who would take like 50 scans of one place and then demolish it with explosives so that no one could ever get it again, and then sell it on the market at a high price.
I steal it. No one will ever know.
Literally just destroyed entire chunks of the world just to make profit because it's not considered super rare.
Damn.
The
Kind of like how
one
scalpers steal, like take everything out of Pokemon vending machines.
The land interaction that I remember most importantly was whenever someone figured out a puzzle that was an artifact that allowed them to travel through time.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they
Huh?
went back like 800 years in time and started scanning creatures in places that no longer existed, and everyone was just like, how did you do that? Where are these coming from? What is this?
Wait, I know this
Yeah.
show. Doctor Who.
Yeah, I know. They have a lot of fun ideas and a lot of nice twists on like the more contemporary card battler kind of things. I was down for it. The problem was the first season was made in fucking Flash, like everything was. And season 2 and 3 had actual like animation. Less blocky, thick outline like Flash game
The
aesthetic.
main problem was that 4Kids got greedy and tried to
Yeah.
take more ownership over the card game than they were rightfully owed, and the small company didn't have the means to fight back lawyers, so it all just fell and crumbled.
I was mostly growing up with Jetix.
Yeah.
So I got
Jetix
my
was fun.
Shaman King, I got my Sonic the Hedgehog, and
Yeah.
other stuff like Keep Tracy Cat. Yeah.
Yeah.
God, fucking. It really sucks that, it really was weird. Like, I think it had like maybe one game that was ever made for it, that show. And it was like a turn-based, or something. It's like, you take this cool thing, you don't make like a beat 'em up or something, or a fighting game or something. Nah, it's just you build a little team, like an auto battler. Alright, I guess.
Me.
Kind of a waste of a cool concept.
This series. It
What's that?
would have been perfect.
You could have done a lot of things with that idea.
Yeah.
I will dispatch you.
I think it's
That
neat.
is. Well, it is expensive to make like a full-on MMORPG and stuff.
Oh, totally.
I wouldn't do MMO, but something. I don't know.
Well, yeah, like RPG
online RPG.
with open world.
It's just like an action RPG, just to explore it.
Yeah.
Also, all the magic in that was called music because they were all musical songs that caused magic to happen. So you just cast a spell of Demon Core Explosion.
Music.
And he just plays a fucking little xylophone effect and then just nukes somebody. Which I always thought was funny.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's not literally that, but it could be. Who knows? It's music. Magic is music.
They had
It's music.
so many good ideas in that show.
Not enough shows with good ideas last long, or sometimes they last too long and become nothing like they were supposed to be.
Like Winx Club.
They literally could have
guess.
had the potential to compete with like Yu-Gi-Oh and Pokemon had they taken that the right direction. And
A blade knows no mercy.
At least it would probably have lasted a little longer than it did.
Do you remember? I don't know if you saw this cartoon, but do you remember this cartoon called Mansuna?
No, it
Suna.
doesn't ring a bell.
Oh yeah, it's probably because it was like in 2010s, and
Yeah, I probably
Yeah.
that was prime. I'm not watching. I don't watch TV anymore.
I'm
Time.
too old for this.
Well, not even that I'm too old for this. That's when I stopped watching TV.
Yeah, kind of same.
That's kind of the same, except for I did make an exception for anime.
It just
because
feels
was being
old,
watched
but
on
it's
the
not
laptop.
really old enough for you to like watch it. So yeah. I mean, Shaman King. You saw Shaman King?
Shaman King's pretty fucking
I
tight. So
remember. Yeah, I
yeah.
remember Shaman King.
I never saw that one.
Yeah. I
That
fucking love Shaman King.
one, when 4Kids had it, was probably the one show that 4Kids was like, we might have gotten the show that's a little bit too much for what we want to do, and had actually like 4Kids were trying to like promote it as like a 4Kids like teen kind of thing. That was like one of the early signs of like, we don't want to water this one down too much.
4Kids
Oh, they
is
did water it
realizing-
down so
Oh, they
much.
absolutely did, but they were a lot more lenient on it compared to like something like Yu-Gi-Oh or Pokemon.
Yeah, but I would say the only good thing they really did is the opening, because it's much better than the Japanese version. And after that, a lot of other countries translated like only the
English thing?
American, only the American version of the opening. And I am biased, but the Russian version is the best one. I'm biased, but yeah. It hits different. I would just say that.
I got a reply on Twitter.
Oh, they answered?
Yeah, they did.
Ooh, I hope
Yeah.
something constructive and nice.
From the looks of it, it's just as long as mine. We can go over it. Smart deviation, one heckin' moment. So it looks like they did in fact reply. I'm gonna change my thing to this. So I did get a reply. To be fair, it did take a bit, which if they wrote something this long, it's understandable. So we're gonna read it in good faith, like I answered mostly in good faith. I won't be refreshing what I talked about here, in case for people who weren't here earlier. I will probably just split this, but I don't really know. So they put here, I say it won't help anyone because, now the reason I sent them a huge text post was because, they'd love to hear what was causing red flags as opposed to yapping about it on stream, which wouldn't help anyone at all. Again, low-key kind of rude, but, actually, what are her pronouns? What are their pronouns? She, her? Okay, good. She. I can say their proper pronouns now. So she said, I say it won't help anyone because there are many, many people who won't see your post and won't come to your live stream to know what you're talking about, as opposed to approaching one of the leaders with your concerns, which would enact meaningful change if we think it's something we should be changing. That being said, we're not an agency. However, that doesn't mean that we don't want to help the people we bring in with things we can help with. Things like connecting them to merch groups, finding artists, and giving support. None of this requires a contract, not like Shy Lily v Shoujo, because we're not accepting money from them. Anything we use for merch for the group comes out of leadership pockets, unless art is provided by the talent, in which case, see my upcoming response on merch splits. Connections require nothing on our part and would benefit the people who needed them most.
That doesn't click.
That doesn't quite answer the question, or doesn't quite answer my concern.
Yeah.
My concern, let me actually go back to my post.
Because that makes it sound like they're a fence group. Like they're just a middleman trying to get a couple bucks off merch sales, but that's not enough to run a company.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, they never claim to be an agency. They never claim to be an agency. They're a group, but they're also saying that they'll provide things like merch opportunities, support, mental health check, collaboration opportunities, yada, 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 yada. They're saying we're doing this essentially out of the goodness of our heart. Okay.
Yeah, and those are all extremely expensive things.
Yeah, that's the thing of like all those things cost money, but you know what? They're not an agency, so done. The reply? A follow can seem silly, yes, and if it's something that bothers people, we understand and could revoke that. But to us, it means you support us and want to see us more than just a potential group to join. It means you'd like to support us even if you're not chosen. And we think that small gesture is a big one.
That's some interview red flag bullshit if I've ever seen it.
I don't like that. I
No,
don't
it's
like
bad.
that because
It sounds like we are family in this workplace.
no, I what I don't really like about that is that can easily be inverted into saying that people who are not following you are only following you and seeing you as a company that they can use as a platform to step off of, which is the point. It kind of is the point. The reason you guys are coming together is so that you can essentially help and lift one another up. Like, okay, something. Who am I echoing off of?
Artie.
Oh, okay.
Probably
Just want to make
me.
sure. Just want to make sure. It's because it's just like whoop, 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 whoop. Okay. So yeah, I feel like this can be kind of inverted. It's just like, oh, it means you want to support us and want to see us more than just potential to group to join. Like, the thing is though, is that's what you're going to be for a lot of people.
Yeah.
When
It's an artificial inflation of numbers trying to grab as many people as they can to create a reach they currently don't have so that they can maybe promise the justification later.
yeah, it's that thing of like that's not how that works. Because when they get a rejection letter or when they don't get anything from you, what's stopping them from unfollowing? This is like those giveaways where it's like, hey, you have to follow and retweet to be entered into the giveaway, and then when they don't win, they unfollow. You're just artificially inflating numbers.
Block, don't ever come back, etc. Yeah.
Like it's that thing of it just feels like a way to artificially inflate numbers, and that in itself isn't even a bad thing. It's just a part of the game. But
Yeah.
let's call it what it is. It's like it's you see us as more than a potential group to join. If I am some rando that came across your thing, why would I see you as anything else? What have you done to show that you're not just a group I can join? Like I hate how skeevy that sounds, but this is a very
You're coming at it
non-answer.
from a business proposition because they are giving you a business proposition. It makes sense to come across it like
This
that.
is like being like, is this like applying for a cafe and being like, and when you drop your resume, we would really like if you bought a coffee because that really tells us that you care about the business and the brand. It's like, no, I'm here for a job.
Yeah.
I'm here because I want to join I'm here because I want to join a VTuber group, and I can't find people to collaborate with as a VTuber, and I want to find a VTuber group. Like this very much seems like when people when it comes to applying for a thing, it's essentially a no purchase necessary, no follow necessary. So that's it's a very small gesture, but I think you're considering it too big of one.
There's one other thing in there too, though, is it's like I mentioned before, is it's inflating their numbers to make them seem like they have more reach than they do. Because if you convinced, say, 10,000 small streamers to follow you on this promise,
now you have 10,000 followers.
Now you have 10,000 more followers, but they're not anyone with reach or connections anywhere. And someone who has 1,000 concurrents every stream might be a little more open to applying as well because they see you have potentially some good reach. You might
It's not much different from bot follows.
Yeah, it's if like HoloLive or VShojo put that in their contract, or like anyone who has the established reach, right? I wouldn't blink at that nearly as much because they already have proven reach. They already have that it's proven that it's not gonna
Mhm.
just take advantage of me
Yeah.
for following
Yeah.
in
So
any way.
So the second part here, as for the invasive questions, these are things we've seen on the other group applications and are generally considered standard. Nope. I have not seen that on the VShojo application. I have never seen that on the no VTuber group or agency that I have looked into have ever had this on their applications. No, that is considerably not true. This is not a standard question. The standard question of, have you been involved in VTuber scandals and how have you replied to that? No, that has not been a thing on an application for the first wave. Never seen it. No, do not believe that.
That's work that the agency looks into you to see. That's not something they ask you to self-report because you're not gonna self-report it.
Well, that's also a thing of, and if they want to ask you that question, that's for the interview.
Yeah.
And that's the thing I put in my post, that like that should at least be a Discord interview question. We have to ask about past lives because we've experienced issues with those things before. You can ask about past lives, not about past scandals and stuff. That's a little too invasive. Despite that, if the answer goes unanswered, that's fine. If it goes unanswered, that's fine. No, you have it as a required question. If I just put NA, is that going to disqualify my application then? But it is something we have to take into account. And about saving it for an interview, that's still just asking the question, which you seem to have an issue with in the first. Do we ask it or not? So again, here's that thing of, if anything, I'd save the question for a Discord interview, because at that point you've already at least passed by the first phase. That already seems like you're already interested in the person and now you're interested in getting to know them. So the reason I say at least save it is because if you really must still ask it, save it for a later phase of the thing. I prefer just not ask it in general. So that's kind of a little bit of I don't know if facetious is the right word. That's a little bit facetious. So I don't think so. I don't think so. Like, well, do we ask it or not? You just said to ask it later. Like, you're missing the point of why I said that. So, no. We put the questions in because a lot of people don't have an audition video, and we know that. That's where they make it. We're not an agency. We're not going to make them do a recording for 3 to 5 minutes for something that they could answer in less time by writing it out. In fact, some people have come to us worrying that they don't have an audition video, and if it could make their application be seen as less than, which we emphatically state no. We judge based on the person, not on if they can make a pretty video.
Hun, you're in the world of content creation. They need to prove they can create content.
I literally put here, it could be as simple as recording talking about oneself on OBS. I could literally just go to my just chatting thing, my little cute background and shit that I paid for, and I say, hi, I'm Squeaky Chiona. I'm a magical girl VTuber. I do variety content. I yap about things while playing games. I tend to have, couch streamer vibes where I hang out with my friends and we talk about whatever is on our mind. I've been doing this for 16 years. I have been a VTuber for about 5 to 6 now, and blah, 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 blah. No. You completely missed the point. So the follow is the big gesture that somebody cares about your group, but the audition video isn't? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Girl has no business sense.
What do you... It's just like, if... You just said that you want to help people get into content creation, whether they're taking it seriously as a hobby or if they want to do this full time. That audition video, like I even put in my comment, I say here, but one doesn't need to be considered greater than the other, but it does show who has experience, confidence, and an ability, desire to put oneself out there than what is figuratively asking for essays. If someone tells me that they're passionate about content creation and want to get into content creation and an audition video is too much, honey, you're not ready for this.
They're not into it.
You're not into it then.
I can say it as with personal experience. We weren't into it.
Like if the audition, I just no.
If you can't even edit down like a single clip, like a short 60-second clip, you're not into it enough to have any kind of partner deal.
And now I'm gonna say the loaded thing that I didn't want to say. When it comes to why I would prefer an audition video over essays. Chat GPT.
Yeah.
What is stopping somebody from putting a prompt in an AI and putting that in your audition thing? How are you going to gauge that those essays weren't written by AI?
Also, writing is a different skill set than interaction.
Yeah, there's a difference
I
between
could
being a good writer and
write-
no.
I could
no,
write an insanely good little blurb that could maybe convince someone to let me into their group.
I just don't agree.
Them watching me on stream? No, it's not the same person.
I don't agree. I just do not agree. We judge based on the person, not if they can take a pretty video. That's not the point of the audition. That's not the point.
The essay isn't a judgment of the person either, though. It's a judgment of a singular skill. Either way.
I put the merch
I think
split.
I think they just don't want to watch
trying not to
the
alienate
video.
people.
But
They're
they
trying
want to
to
read
make
like
it
50,000
as-
essays?
They're trying to broaden it as
Okay, that
open
doesn't
as
make any
possible
sense
to get
at
as
all.
many people as possible to apply, join, and follow to increase their reach, is what it feels like.
Okay.
By lowering the standards so low, more people are going
They have
to
an
feel
AI
they
read
stand
it,
a
maybe?
chance.
I don't know, because they claim to be anti-AI. Since then in their application, they said they want your branding to not have any AI involved in it and stuff. So, okay. And then again, I probably about the merch thing, so we actually have that. I'll find out what one. My last point was no need to send rejection applications, too much work. And then my last one is about please don't close your applications early. It locks you out of potential talent. It's actually very unprofessional to give a time frame and then say that you're going to close it early if you get too much. It shows that you're not prepared for the possibility of a large influx. So, we've actually discussed that. I thought it was the polite thing to do to send out a rejection letter so that people aren't waiting and wondering. That's something I've gone through personally. But you bring up a good point. A window of saying we sent out emails and a polite thank you for applying. If you didn't get an email, please know that you can try again later would suffice. Then they put, this is a huge one for me. We're just 3 people. We didn't expect to get a lot of applications because this group came out of nowhere. Basically, but the amount we have is a lot for us. 3 tiny little VTubers just trying to make something fun in the community. 2 of us have lives and families outside of this, and the other one can go through tens and tens of applications, but if we think we need to close them, we have to. We can't pay someone to look through them and sort through it the way we might want to if we get oodles of people applying. I don't think it's unprofessional to express a need to close things for our own mental well-being and to make sure we can adequately provide what we need to for the group.
That is unprofessional. That's the definition of unprofessional, though. That's indie.
Well, that's the thing. They're claiming
not-
to be they're claiming to be an indie group, but they want to handle things like an agency. Then, honey, you're
Right.
unprofessional. Then, honey, you're
It's
unprofessional.
okay to be unprofessional
It's
about
okay.
something sometimes, but you're gonna
being
get called out for
labeled
it.
unprofessional isn't like this condemning thing. The thing is you like there's only 3 of you. Like you're not professional then, honey.
You're amateurs.
You're amateurs.
You don't got the experience in this.
You can't come in
realm.
this demanding professionalism and not give it yourself. You can't just be like, we are no drama and call that professional. You like
We're
this
no
is-
drama. Wait.
and they're like, okay, this is something that came out of nowhere. We're just 3 people. Okay, then this needs to go back to the drawing board, and you need to get more people that are up for your that are up for your cause. Maybe that will also help the need to not have to scout out talent immediately. It's. I hope this cleared
How
up
are
what
they
you
gonna
said.
handle merch if they can't even handle a hiring process?
Well, here's the thing,
How
too,
are they gonna
'cause
handle anything?
They did another thing here. For merge splits, we already made a post about it, and they gave me the post. Yeah, this is what I said. This is what I said Explain how merch splits could be handled with some examples, since the wording used can be mostly misinterpreted. To this, their answer was, we already have a post about this. Yeah, and it's not good enough, honey. Honey, it's not good enough.
The splits aren't even the problem. It's the fact that they're not going to be able to handle getting shit done in the first place.
And then
Like, I don't care if I make 40% or 60% on merch sales. That's not the hard part. The hard part is getting the deals.
How are you doing this? How are you doing
this? How is it getting manufactured? Who's putting these figures, these posters, these whatever they are together?
But here's the thing. They link the post, and then they said, to go further into this, merch itself is handled through Fourth Wall.
Why don't I just make a Fourth Wall account?
For other connections, for other connections, like to places like Uwu Market and VDOL LOL, we will be taking it on a case-by-case basis, but merch connections is handled by the talents that request it.
Oh, this is just bad.
We have no control over what splits they get, and we receive no money. The only money we receive is through our own run Fourth Wall account.
So what they're letting you do is they're letting you share their Fourth Wall account for...
So if you want to promote yourself along with the group through their Fourth Wall, that's where a cut of the merch happens. They could have explained that here on their little thingy, but they didn't. And that's what I mostly meant.
Still not great.
And they're saying here that if merch wants, if the talents want to go through Uwu or VLOL or VOshi or whatever, that's on them, and they won't ask for anything. Well, yeah, you fucking better not. It's not drama. It's not drama. Pendulum. It's other stuff. I do gotta go to the bathroom though. I have to go to the potty real quick.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
The only thing they've offered.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. This is a lot of non-answers though.
Yeah.
I gotta BRB.
All
I
right.
don't remember what happened last night, by the way.
Yeah, you were pretty gone. All right. I don't know if I want to reply to them again. I have a lot of, not a lot of. There are some issues I take with their response.
Nah.
It seems like a lot of non-answers. It seems like a lot of playing it safe answers. It doesn't really address the initial concerns. I appreciate that they answered, but I don't
They're
think...
probably hoping to get picked up by DramaTube by doing this.
No, I don't think that's gonna be the case. I don't think that's the case. That kind of feels like assuming malicious intent, and I don't want to do that.
What I'll repeat what I said while we were on BRB was that it doesn't feel malicious in any way. It just feels like they're in way over their fucking heads. Like, it kind of feels like they don't know what they're getting into. They just have an idea that sounds fun, sounds cool. It's like, yeah, we can be a
and again,
VTuber
we're not
too.
here to yuck the yum, but
Oh, that's not malicious. It's just trying to pull eyes.
Maybe.
It's...
But I don't inherently believe that. Because this reminds me a lot of when me and some people that I was in the VTuber family with we had a plan like this once upon a time.
Yeah, I'm not gonna yuck the yum because a lot of people have the ideas and then they're like, I want to start a VTuber group, and then they host auditions, they make promises, and then it turns out that nobody really truly vibes or jives with one another, and then things fall apart, and then they don't even become a hashtag, or all that's left is a hashtag.
Yeah.
And again, she reiterates, we're not an agency. We say that we'll offer these things and it's out of the goodness of our heart, which is why we don't ask for a contract, because we're not accepting money. And that anything we use for merch from the group comes out of leadership pockets unless art is provided by the talent, in which case see my upcoming response to merch splits, which in that case the talent would be getting a split from that too. But if I already paid, here's another thing, again, because she points out this, where it's like, if the talent helps us with art, then we have a split for that. Here's the thing. If I paid for art with commercial usage, I'm just gonna put it up on my own goddamn fourth wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This makes it so that there's no aside. Huh?
So the only thing they've offered is that store. So it's like someone might see your stuff when they're coming for a different member's stuff, but that's it. That's all they have to offer.
Heckin' Raijin, thank you for the follow. It's that thing of it doesn't feel, again, no malicious intent. I'm not gonna assume that sort of stuff. It's just that thing of, like, I'm guessing I'm guessing the main purpose is that if a talent decides to get a group picture and gets the commercial rights, they are going to get most of the merch split because they are the ones that went to obtain it. And they want you to think of the group. But the thing is, though, is that I'm guessing the idea is, to my question of, but why would I do that? Is because you care about the group, because we're a group. And I don't know. If what I'd probably do is I just would never invest in that sort of group thing.
Yeah.
I would, if I ever got any group commissions of things, I would probably only keep it personal. And if they want to use it commercially, they can go and pay the artist the commercial usage. And buy the commission from me. And also buy the commission from me.
So
it doesn't just make any sense.
So another thing this is comparable to in my eyes is kind of like the Summoners group. Like, y'all are, except for the fact
So
that
they're
y'all
not
are
an
actually
agency,
a group of
they're a
friends that know each
managerial
other,
firm that is looking for merchandising rights as their cut, while trying to make the company a prioritized friend group.
Yeah, so it's like this can kind of work if everyone's already friends. Like if people actually know each other, sharing a space for merch and whatnot isn't the end of the world. And you can kind of maybe promote each other off of each other, which kind of helps. Doing that with a bunch of people who don't know each other it's a cesspool of toxicity and
You're playing with fire. You're playing with fire.
Yeah, you're not like you can do it. It can work. Problem is these people don't have industry experience with vetting people, so they're not gonna get good charismatic overlap like you see with HoloLive and VShojo and these other companies who have poured through hundreds, if not thousands, of applications to find people that will mesh well together.
Yeah. And then, yeah, again, the reply of a follow can seem silly, yes, and if it's something that bothers people, we understand and we can and could revoke that. It should have never been on the table. But to us, it means you support us and want to see us, more than just as a potential group to join. It means you'd like to support us even if you're not chosen. But again, right now, I don't have anything to tell me, aside from the fact that you're an up-and-coming group, to want to be worth choosing. It's kind of like with the question of like, what does joining us mean to you? I don't know. Who are you?
Who are you? Who are you people?
You're right now, the question isn't what can you do for us? It's what can you do for me? And you've technically answered that question, but you don't give me any confidence to prove that you can do it. You say outright later, we're just 3 people, 2 of us which have day jobs and families.
You already know each other and agreed on it, sort of like Nat 19. But when you're trying to bring new people into, that's when you get into the business like a family territory. And this one isn't asking for your interest and your ability, it's asking for your loyalty even if they don't pick you, which is insane.
Yeah, I know. And then
I don't feel like they're asking for your loyalty. It feels like they're trying to use the follows as artificial reach so that whenever they do get the storefront up and running, they have more reach for their storefront idea to even work. Which makes sense. Like that's what the only thing that you're promising people, it kind of needs to work.
Yeah. And again, then it says, as for the invasive question, and again, for me, the invasive question was, why are you asking people what past drama they've been into and how they've handled it when that can get into very touchy subject, possibly even unearthing old traumas? That's a very invasive question. I wouldn't ask it in the first place. If anything, I would save it for the second phase, which is the Discord interview. To which their answer was, as for the invasive questions, these are things we've seen on other group applications and are generally considered standard. No application that I've ever applied, that I've ever seen or applied for, ever ask the, have you ever gotten into previous drama, scandals, etc., etc. One, for a fact, I know a lot of bigger ones don't, because Niji Saji sure as fuck don't ask that question. With some of the past life shit some of their talents have gone into. As well, they might maybe ask if you have a past life account, but they're not going to ask you about scandals and shit that you've been into. That they don't ask that. That's not, I don't think either they misinterpreted what I meant by saying that question shouldn't be there, or like they kind of missed the point. I don't know. I just don't think they looked at that question properly. I don't know. We have to ask about past lives because we've experienced issues with those things before. Despite that, if the question goes unanswered, that's fine. No, it's not. It's a required question for you. And again, if I put not applicable in that answer bar, are you going to turn down my application? Or the hypothetical applicant? What do you mean? And then it says, and about saving it for an interview, that's still just asking the question, which you seem to have an issue with in the first place. Do we ask it or not? Preferably, if it were me, I would not ask it. But if you are so inclined to ask it, save it for later on in the interview process. So just because, and here's the thing. Again, they do this as kind of like a weird like argument fallacy where it's like, wait a minute,
the non-answer would be, prefer not to say, which is going to make any reviewer reject the application outright.
Yeah. It's gonna be that thing of if they choose not to answer, you're not gonna want to look into them. So that's almost dooming an application. And then again,
not answering is an answer. It's like whenever people like put race or sexuality on an application. It's like if you put I prefer not to answer, they got the answer they wanted.
Yeah, but unfortunately though, some people they will be like, well, they didn't answer the question, and then just throw out the application. I know because I've seen it. And again, this weird thing, like they feel like they've pointed out. She feels like she's pointed out a fallacy where she's like, wait a minute, you said you have an issue with the question in the first place, so why are you suggesting we just save it for later? That's not the point. That's not the point. The question is invasive. If you really must ask it, do it for later. But I don't agree that the question should be there in the first place. Pointing out that it's like this is a fallacy. This feels like a fallacy. It feels like a fallacy. To be like, yeah, but now you're saying like, well, should we ask it or not? No.
Cherry picking.
Yeah, it's called cherry picking. Yeah, it's like, do we ask it or not? No, you don't ask it. You can ask about a past life if they have a past life account. You don't ask them if they've been into previous scandals or drama. No one wants to answer that question. No one wants to answer that question, and I know, and I'm pretty sure that if they choose not to, you're going to throw out that application. No, we wouldn't do that. I don't believe you, and I have no reason to believe you. I don't know you. You have not established that trust with us. The term scandal could mean anything. Exactly. Then we put questions in because a lot of people don't have an audition video, and we know that. We're not an agency. We're not going to make them do a recording for 3 to 5 minutes for something that they could answer in less time by writing it out. In fact, some people have come to us worrying that they don't have an audition video and if it could make their application be seen as less than, which we emphatically state no. We judge based on the person, not if they can take a pretty video. But the follow is the big gesture that lets them know that you really care about this audition. It's called shooting your shot. Also, what's stopping anybody from using AI to type to fill out your application? What's stopping somebody? And how are you going to know that they used AI? Am I supposed to just trust you, bro? Like, and again, even in my comment, it could be as simple as just recording yourself on OBS, or if they want to go ham on a whole crazy thing and make a whole freaking edit and that be their audition video. I'm sorry, like, I'm not saying they deserve a spot in your thing, but I'm saying that is somebody that put time and effort and cares. So yeah, no, I'm gonna call that, it's I'm going to see that as the greater application, the stronger application. I'm not saying that doesn't make the people who didn't put in an audition video less than. It tells me that the person who did make an audition video gave more of a shit. And I'm sorry, when you're auditioning for something, for a role, for a position in a company, you have to show that you want it. And you need to prove that you want it.
Which just shows even more.
Oh, but if I don't have an audition video, then I'm not going to be seen as good enough. Because you're not. If it's too hard, you're not.
Hello?
Because you're not.
Yep, get fucked.
Come
Like,
back when you're
honey.
ready.
Like, what do you mean? What are we talking about? We're talking about not an agency, a group that I found that raised some red flags. So I pointed it out. So one of the founders came in asking for more details, and I gave it to them, and they came to me with a bunch of non-answers. There you go.
a very much not an agency.
So again, I'm not gonna reply to this on stream like I did the first time, but if I choose to reply to it, I'm gonna still try to be cordial, but I'm going to be blunt.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be that thing of, at the same time, I'm measuring whether it's even worth it, because at the end of the day, they're not an agency, guys. They're not an agency, guys. So there just might not be any.
If you decide to, I would just keep it short and address the fact that they're in over their heads and they're very much amateurs, trying to wear a hat that they don't fit.
Like,
But-
if it seems very clear that, again, it seems very clear that they are a bunch of amateurs who have an idea that they want to do something with, and there's nothing inherently bad about that. But it's that thing of like, just.
The bad thing is that it's very clear it's not gonna work. Like, there's no bad intent. But it's... Even if it doesn't crumble, it's gonna go nowhere.
It's just gonna, it's... I'm gonna be, in the bluntest way possible, this isn't a group, it's a circle jerk.
Circle what?
A circle jerk.
Which
That
means
describes the situation I came
It
from
means
perfectly.
self-gratification. Self-gratifying
um,
group. It's not really anything except destructive. I
My
guess.
one question to really get insight into this is: are the 3 people building it part of the group?
They have a cute little V-star F thing. She has a little V-star F thing. I think I found one more other person that has a V-star F thing. This is started by 3 VTubers.
Cause yeah, no, that's the thing is they are VTubers. They're not admins. So if
But they're the only 3 running it. So they are the leader, they are the talent management, they are the
Yeah.
administration. I can only assume that they're a part of the group. But I don't know.
That's the weird part to me is if they're also part of the group, because it's like, are you using this to ladder climb by chance?
I mean, there was a VTuber with like 25K who applied.
Right.
I
It's
don't
like,
know.
It's a way to get easy collabs, I guess, is if you sign yourself up for collabs with your employees. Air
Which
quotes,
they did outright say that they're
employees.
going to lovingly stalk people's social medias. So that does mean that they're gonna look at your follower count.
Oh, of course. You have to look at follower
Oh, of
counts.
course, yeah,
They're
you have to.
So you can't. You're not gonna make merch for people who get 3 concurrents. Like they don't have people. They odds are don't have people who are willing to spend money.
Like it's and again they mentioned the low thing, and again the only thing that that she seemed to agree with was the no, do not send rejection letters. That's too much work. That's too much time. But that immediately counters that of when I say that an audition video can trim off so much of the fat because you can just put most of your questions can be answered in an audition video, where they're like, this is a huge one for me. We're just 3 people. Because I told them, don't close your applications early. And it's just like, we're just 3 people. If we get too many applications, it's going to be too much work. It's
Yep.
like, honey,
You'll
you
feel
made
it.
the application bloated. You waived the need for an audition video in favor of asking people to write essays. You did that. You did that to
You
yourself.
literally could have just said include 1 to 3 clips, links to YouTube clips, Twitch clips, TikTok clips, whatever.
You're
You
already
get
asking for all. They're
3
already asking for all the
chances-
social media.
Right. No, it's like you have 3 clips that you can send us, and you have 3 chances essentially to grab our attention.
Yeah, the reason a lot of applications get straight to the point and ask for an audition video is because they don't got time for that shit. And these are people with full-on teams like V Shoujo when they were around, and Hololive and Nijisanji. They've got talent managers and people looking through all that stuff, and they don't even have the time.
because they're going to get hundreds, if not thousands, and they're like, we can't get tens and tens and tens. We've got day jobs and we've got families. And you chose to do this. How I see it, they need to think this has over some more before they actually go through with it. It seems like they might have jumped the gun, and again, opening auditions for something after the big trending news of a big agency going under.
Yeah.
It seems a little opportunistic. I think they are a little bit in over their head. I think they got too many stars in their eyes, and they're so excited about this thing. And again, I don't want to yuck the yum, but thinking realistically, even if they're not an agency, I don't think they're doing this quite right.
Yeah, it super feels reminiscent of shit that I've seen. Like
this feels like shit that I've seen when I was fucking 14 and some rando that knew how to use MS Paint really nicely was like,
I'm gonna make my own anime.
The biggest concern would be that they all already know each other, they have the power, and any newcomer would necessarily be in a subservient position both in a business and social sense, so you're putting in a lot of trust that they'll come through. And yet a lot of this seems opportunistic with them shooting their shot, which, honestly valid. It does come off as a bit undercooked though.
Yeah, no, it feels to me like the point whenever a group of people that I knew were trying to do something similar, but we didn't announce anything yet because we were thinking through the logistics of what it would mean and how we would get there. And before we got to this point, we came to the realization that it could not work. Like, what we were doing, like, we needed to be a full-sized group. It was the only way that it was going to work. And we couldn't dedicate that kind of energy when we didn't have the resources.
Yeah.
So
Another
it's just like, okay, let's just collab with people sometimes then.
Yeah, and another example of a VTuber friend group that isn't a corpo is Vichiban. They already all knew each other and were already friends and collabing with each other before they decided to make a group out of it.
You just created a name.
Yeah, they just slapped a name onto their normal collaboration stuff. And again, I understand people also look up to Vichiban, and you know, there's a lot of people that try to start up friend groups and stuff. I know I applied to Vaifu, and that was supposed to be Alara's up and coming VTuber agency adjacent friend group. Like, there's a bunch of them, and they all hold auditions. The problem is, and I've always seen it as weird, despite at least applying for one of them, you don't audition for friends.
Yeah, that's
you already know how you work.
Hi, Pom Pom the conductor. Welcome to my Honkai Star Rail stream, where I instead yap on Twitter. I just had to go over that. There's not really much else. There's not really much else for me to say about it. I just wanted to go over their answer since I went over the other thing. It's I don't know if I'm gonna answer them.
Pom Pom thinks this is a load of bullshit.
It's like, okay, take Summoners Network as a hypothetical. Say it was an actual business, and we assume the companions are the team leaders, since they're all a long-standing friend circle. You recruit someone else in, who no one really knows, and that person is going to be socially isolated pretty much no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you took someone in who is somewhat known, like if I was brought in, right? I know Squeaky, I kind of know Cody, but not really. I don't know the rest of them.
Yeah, it's
I'm
that
still
thing
an
of the
outsider in
reason
that regard.
the reason we don't make like Summoners Network this like freaking content creator group is because the only ones in the group are me, Cody, and I'm gonna say Nightshade and Anthony are up and coming because you guys are still like kind of getting your bearings and stuff.
Yeah.
The only ones that are established are me and Cody. I think actually no, we're not gonna discredit Lil. We're gonna give Lil her flowers. She runs. She's doing her content and her art a little more sporadically and not as organized as what me and Cody try to do, but she's doing her thing too.
So, but
Oh yeah, that's right.
Cody
Yeah.
and I are definitely on the more established side of things.
Jester too, but he doesn't really fly under the banner at all.
Yeah, Jester doesn't count because he does his own thing under his own stuff. He doesn't go by Jester Green anywhere else but in here, and he doesn't really stream or collaborate with anybody. He is his own thing. He is kind of here in name only.
I didn't even know he was green.
Yeah, he's the yeah.
Yeah.
FOML, they do not do online content creation or anything. They are here. They helped establish the wiki. They help here and there with other things. They, again, we have people that are more in the forefront and people that are more behind the scenes. That's why we don't go around promoting ourselves as the Summoners Network, because we're kind of disjointed and doing our own thing. That's why I also don't go around and be like, I'm Cleric Pink. No, I'm Squeaky Chiona. I'm Cleric Pink in the server.
Yeah.
The server in your D&D games are really the only
But yet,
overlap
if
for
we
the
were
most part.
business oriented, we'd need to do a ton of restructuring.
Absolutely.
Oh,
And
yeah.
that's something
Oh,
that
yeah.
and that's something that Deco would have to be in charge of, not me. I'm not doing that shit. Anytime I've tried to manage this thing on the more professional business side of things, there's been conflict. And I've just decided that I just decided to keep my hands off of it for the most part. I help make sure that certain things are running. I establish rules if rules need to be established here and there. I make sure that the channel is healthy and that there's another way of access in case Deco ever loses access to the channel. I'm a security measure. But that's it. Speaking as a person trying to set up my own shit with two people, holy hell, there's so much legal and other BS for business side of things. And that's the thing too, is that when it comes to these like these VTuber friend groups, they skirt the line of legality so much. They skirt the line of like legality, and money is involved so much that I'm sorry, I need shit in writing.
That's where ours fell apart, is one of the people who was in our circle who was an admin, like their job is admin work. So like they tried looking into it a little bit more, and they're like, yeah, no, we can't do this without getting into some legal shit involving lawyers.
Because yet, SN is full of fun people, but the professionalism in leadership is borderline non-existent.
Yeah.
At that point, it was just, we can't do it then. We can't do it if it takes lawyers, because fucking not only are we all on different continents, it's just a expensive
legal
endeavor
nightmare
with no return.
And that's another thing too, when you start involving people in other fucking countries, that's just a whole shit show. Push the age-old question, who handles the money? Well, the ones that seem to be handling the money are the three people that are running it, because they're all going to be, in some cases, putting their own money into it. And that's going to be that thing of like,
Does you have experience with Fourth Wall, Squeaky? Does it allow you to split currency?
No.
On items?
You can list things in different currencies. So like if someone from the UK went into it after validating that they are an adult now, it'll show it like in British pounds or in like
that's not what I mean.
No, but you can't
What I mean is directing it to multiple people.
No, you can't do that. It asks for one account to send payments to.
Then you're wholly relying on them to be honest and pay people out properly too.
Yeah, that's that thing where
That's a very dangerous idea.
As far as I know, when it comes to Fourth Wall, they want you to link one account for payment. I'd have to look and see if they ask for other accounts to be joined, and how it does revenue splitting. I don't think it does though.
I wouldn't be shocked if it doesn't, because it's supposed to be a program meant for individuals to sell their stuff.
And that's gonna be a thing where, again, one and I can't believe they're doing this and not thinking about literally what just fucking happened with V Shoujo. When you fuck with the bag, shit happens. When you fuck with the bag,
Shit gets spread.
It just really
yeah,
shows how
you can
amateur
only
they
you
are
can
about
only
it.
connect one bank account. You can edit bank connections, and it takes you to Stripe. And it's just to put in the account. You can add bank accounts through Stripe for payout details. I'm not
Basically,
sure.
one of those 3 people better have experience in accounting and management. Honestly, all 3 should have leadership and logistical experience, but at least one needs that accounting end.
Confirm previous bank account number. Yeah, I don't know. Because Fourth Wall uses Stripe for its payouts. I don't know. I don't think you can add multiple bank accounts and divvy up where the money goes where. And if it does, that means I have to give my bank information to them.
Oh, totally. I didn't even think about that. Holy
Because Fourth
shit.
Wall does not use PayPal to pay out its creators.
Ooh, yeah, 'cause
That means
Stripe's
I
connected
have to give
directly to
my
banks.
banking information to them to pay
Yeah,
me
so
my
that wouldn't
cut.
even work as a solution.
No, it does not.
You should have started with that.
Well, so this isn't a thing that they're actually using. This was me trying to find a theoretical fix to them.
No, but they are
not
using
having to
Fourth
handle
Wall for their
money.
merch.
But yeah, so they have to manually hand out the money from everything.
Which then it works on a trust me, bro.
Yep.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Which even if you're good intentioned, trust me, bro, is not. I don't like trusting you, bro.
Yeah.
This is what I mean. This is what I mean when after the whole V Shoujo situation, so many people have said that when you apply for fucking anything, if they are making promises, if it involves money in any fucking way, you need to look at what the fuck they're doing. You need to ask questions, look at what the fuck they're doing. Absolutely not. You don't want me to sign a contract, but I'm supposed to believe you're gonna give me a cut of money? No. Mm-mm. Nightshade?
Yeah.
I can hear your conversation, and my subtitles actually can pick it up, which is really funny.
That's
Sorry, I'll
fucked
close
up.
the door.
But yeah. That's again, this isn't assuming maliciousness, but that's not good.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-mm.
Mm-hmm.
That's not good.
That's quite dangerous, to be honest.
This stream became talking
Yeah,
about.
I don't think it's malicious, but it needs refinement and some more self-awareness.
This went from a Honkai Star Rail stream to I yap about an agency that just kind of raised red flags, and Honkai Star Rail maybe happens.
The funny thing is,
At
you're
what
playing the
point was
Connect
this a
4
Star Rail
game.
stream?
Almost never. I mean, I walked around as Hyacinth a little bit.
Oh, Pom-Pom doesn't think this was a good idea.
Pom-Pom would think it's a
Pom-Pom
wonderful
thinks this
idea
is
because
fucked.
Pom-Pom has endless hope in the power of
Pom-Pom does
friendship.
not think this is a good idea. Do not put words in Pom-Pom's mouth. This looks like a mess, and Pom-Pom does not like messes on the Zombie Express.
On the Zombie
damn.
Express. I heard the
Pom-Pom
Zombie
does not
Express.
handle the finances. That's why Pom-Pom gives it to Himiko.
You're right. Pom Pom doesn't even handle recruiting. Never mind.
Pom Pom's a mascot.
For some reason, I just remember Bitsy from the. You know, this little mouse who gonna talk like this. That's what Illuminati want you to think.
You Mickey Mouse?
Oh.
No. It's from the D&D group, I think. That.
Oh, I know which one you're
Bitsy.
talking about. Bitsy.
Yeah. Bitsy, yeah.
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 I know. Yeah, because they're doing a Mickey Mouse voice.
Yeah.
That's what Illuminati want you to think.
They're doing a Mickey Mouse thing.
My favorite thing was when like they summoned the Krampus and Bitsy was like, "Oh no, that happens to me once a month."
Yeah, so that's this is that
I
thing
have
where
a joke about Krampus in my pants, but Bitsy was better.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Oh, it's that
okay, we're veering a little bit off topic on
Yeah.
Sorry.
point being is I feel like if I do answer them, it's gonna be a back and forth that I fear is not gonna go anywhere.
Oh yeah.
And I don't want to shit on them and seem like I'm punching down because I've looked into the creators themselves. While they seem to have a pretty okay Twitter following, the person that I'm talking to, I think, is only just recently started their Twitch account. They've only got like 80 followers, so they're still kind of new to the scene. And again, I think it's just a couple of greenhorns that have this idea. They think it's really cool, and it just kind of seems like some they think that they're a little bit naive, and they think that the power of friendship is gonna push this. But again, when you're fucking with money, I need them.
Yeah.
There needs to be something in writing. And the funny thing that I'm gonna say is that they wanted me to reply to them because they thought it would be more accessible as adverse to talking it on my live stream. That's what they meant by me yapping on stream wasn't going to help anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Retweet what you just said.
That could go from misunderstanding to embezzlement real fast if you're not careful.
Yeah.
Also, on top of that, like, there's already so many VTubers doing tax fraud unknowingly.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a whole other thing.
Fuck, I didn't file taxes for 2 or 3 years because I was scared of doing it wrong. I had to back file since 2021, I think, this year. Like, it was a pain in the ass. And
Yeah,
cost me
as
a
long
lot
as the
of money
IRS doesn't
because
come
of it.
after you, you only need to file the last 3 years. But, like, heckin', I don't know. But there's this part of me that it's just like, if I reply, unfortunately, nothing I say is very hopeful. And their reply at the end especially just feels like, we're just people chasing a dream and we want people to give us a chance.
Yeah,
and it's like,
you don't want to shit on their hope.
and you don't want to shit on that. You don't want to be the reason that they're like, fuck it, guys, we're gonna shut everything down and pull the plug because Squeaky Chiona had an opinion on Twitter.
If they were gonna do that, they were already on shaky ground anyway.
Let them figure out on their own where their limitations are.
It's also that thing where it's like, I'm sitting here being like, but what if not telling people the truth about the matter is I'm not saying that I'm gonna be the make or break, but what if it's the make or break on if they do something stupid or not?
If it's the make or break, they were on shaky ground to begin with.
It also low-key felt like a slight dig, but that's just me. Oh, it probably was too.
You said your piece. To a certain extent I'm like, you know how many applications you could have reviewed while writing up this twit longer? Like, yeah, that's petty, but still.
Yeah, you guys aren't even a company. It's
just one guy.
What do you want from me?
It's
It's like you want respect. You can't get that. You gotta earn it. It's not owed anything.
it's that thing of in their words they said that them addressing concerns that people might have would be a good way in case people want to look for it and blah 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 blah. Okay, then retweet what you just said. Not just on your account, but on your VFantasy account. Because I'm sure I'm not the only one that hasn't brought up these concerns, but I'm probably the only one that isn't scared to say it. Because again, I have no horse in this race. I'm not applying for them. I don't care. But I am also worried because, again, there are so many fledgling, wet behind the ears VTubers that don't know what they're doing. They don't know who to go to or who to ask. And there's a lot of people who don't have a lot of fucking confidence. And the idea that someone may want them will make them make a hasty decision that they're not thinking about properly that they could end up regretting.
It's gonna also hurt them in the future too, because if they do join and they gain nothing from it, there's going to be disappointment. Like,
yeah, that's another thing
what did
too.
I put all this energy into? Why am I hanging out with these? Like, if you don't form genuine friendships with these people, then it's like, why am I continuing to spend time with these people that are just around?
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you don't end up liking them.
God, I remember Podge was in this VTuber group that was called like it was supposed to be like a D&D guild. And then that freaking thing ended up collapsing because there was some bullshit that the founder was doing, and that was also supposed to be like a VTuber agency / friend group. What the fuck was it called? It was like it was something Podge was in a while ago. It was called like V not V Venture. I don't want to say like throw out a name in case it's the wrong one. But it was specifically meant to be like a D&D tavern, like a D&D tavern. Like they were trying to be like a D&D group, but like VTubers. Like, this is our bard, this is our barbarian, this is our this. But they were just VTubers. They were just trying to be like D&D VTubers. I know Podge was in one. Podge was in there. And then like a couple more that like rang a bell, but I didn't really know them. I don't know. I ended up yapping on 5 hours and not playing Honkai Star Rail. I'll think about what I want to do. I'm not gonna do like I did before, where I'll write a response on stream. I think I actually might also just call stream for today. I think I'm going nowhere today. I think I'm going nowhere.
It's one of those days.
It's fine.
Yeah, I think I'm going nowhere right now. I feel like I'm gonna be kind of stuck on this topic because, again, it's that thing where it feels so weird and wrong. And I feel like it's not even like people are walking into a burning building. I feel like people are walking into a vacant lot. There's just nothing.
Oh my god, it's that one convention with the ball pit.
DashCon.
It feels like watching people go to DashCon with high hope, and then there's just gonna be nothing. And
boy, is that a cautionary tale?
Well, it's better than Firefest at least.
It's that thing where it's just like there are certain things that just make me wonder, where it's just like, has anyone ever been honest to you? But I don't know. Maybe this is why I also don't think I'm a good person. I don't say that to depreciate myself, mind you. I just don't think I'm a good person.
You're a good person. You and me both.
Cause I'm in this thing where I'm just like, when I got something to say, I kind of just
Oh,
gotta
I'm
say it.
terrible, and there's freedom in that.
I just kind of gotta
You're
say it. And
you're a
I'm
person
sitting
with an
here being
opinion.
like, I'm looking at this and I'm like, honey, no. There's this is not structurally sound. I'm not stepping into that. I'm not sitting in that chair. It's like a 1-foot chair. I don't know. I'm not sitting in it. I'm not sitting on it. But yeah.
It's a two-legged stool.
Well,
Being too concerned with being a good person is how someone sidesteps having principles and becomes a doormat.
Yeah, it worries me, but we'll see where it goes. Whether I answer or not, I feel like I'm gonna probably still be thinking about this for a little bit.
yeah.
Just because again, I don't want to shit on anybody and what they want to do, but I also just there's a part of me that's just like, but I don't think what you're doing is good enough.
Okay.
Or
They'll
is
realize
okay.
it at some point that they're in over their heads and they're not really going to be able to do anything and nothing's going to really come of it. At worst, it's going to hurt a few people's feelings that apply for it, maybe even get into it. But at the end of the day, it's a learning lesson for people and it's not really going to fuck it, I don't think.
If they want to be better, they will be better, because if they want a proper feedback, they will listen and they will fix themselves.
They can't fix themselves is the main thing.
I mean, in this general
in general
area of doing, like they want to do, not like mental or something like that. But if they want to learn and do their job better, they will learn.
It's gonna be this thing of if I do answer them, I'm
Trial
going
by
to
fire, going to get burned. Best of luck on coming out tempered.
It's gonna be that thing of if I do answer without addressing any of their points, it's going to be a thing of unfortunately none of these answers ease any worries I have. If not, they actually probably bring up a couple more red flags. Red flags that I don't think there was origami bird stuff. Yeah, there was more. I just never did it. It's that thing of, unfortunately, this doesn't give me any ease. Looking at things. It still, if not, it raises a couple more concerns. But I don't think you guys are ready to properly address those. And quite frankly, I don't plan on applying anyway. I have no horse in this race. Good luck. And then that's it.
Yeah, well, not sure as much else to say about the whole thing.
Yeah, not really on me to go back and forth with somebody on that I don't even know on Twitter. If they want to do their little silly VTuber group, I hope they do it well. I hope that once the money starts getting involved, people don't start yelling at one another.
Ain't Anuma.
Huh?
Being dumb.
Oh. But yeah, I think
horse races.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna wrap things up here. But yeah. I don't think there's anybody to raid at the moment, or if I even want to raid anybody right now. Dindin's doing some stuff actually. I think we'll raid into Dindin. I will probably see you guys tomorrow for some more Rebirth. I'm not sure, honestly. We'll see where my head is at. Right now, I'm kind of not sure. But I will see you all later. I hope you all have a wonderful one. Thank you so much for spending time with me. Mwah. Bye-bye.
Take care.